All right.
All right.
Plumbing, mechanical 4, 2. All right. Just go down the list. I think he did level 0, so yeah, this is all level 4. I got all the tags on the VAVs, all the ducts drawn. Got everything at the right height. Everything's still at 12 foot. At least for most of them. I do believe
you don't know a right height, but yeah, I'm with you.
Right.
I'm with you. How's it look on? Does this have the 900 series sheets, or take me to the cover sheet?
I don't think we worked on sheets. Oh, let me close that real quick.
Oh, there's there.
No.
Give me the cover sheet then.
Okay.
All right, go into that 3D view and do a VV.
Yep.
Make the architectural Revit links be underlays.
Did we already copy everything over?
No, I just want to see what it looks like. See, it's starting to show a little bit.
Yeah.
We got to get the plumbing to that same level. But first we got to get the plumbing sheeted. So you see the in the browser right now, if you don't scroll anywhere, there's a schedule called What's in This File.
Yeah.
Copy that to the clipboard.
I need about 10 minutes. I'll be back.
That's fine.
Can I copy it from here?
Yep. Copy the clipboard right there.
Yep.
All right. Go back to your plumbing file.
Yep.
Go to your plumbing cover. So you see, you already fixed that in the plumbing file. That's why we want to get the plumbing file. We want to get it done so that we can put the mechanical in there and it looks similar. What I want you to do is I want you to put that schedule on here.
Okay. Do you want to
paste? Yep. Just Control V works. It's going to stick it in and probably make it be the top sheet. If it didn't make it be the top sheet, it just put it in there. Okay. See where it says what's in this file?
Yeah, I see.
I want you to say that object count. Make that say object count for what's in this file.
Object count. Just gotta be in the fields, right?
You can just click on the title, what's in this file, and type right in there.
Oh, you want me to change the title? I'm sorry.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, then I want that put on the cover sheet.
Okay. Where does it matter?
I'm thinking that this will probably go over by that sheet list.
The sheet list. Okay.
Not below it. Not below it. That sheet list is going to grow.
Over here?
Yeah, that's where it's going to go, but we're going to need to stretch it out wider so the description's wider. There you go.
Put it right there.
Yep.
How wide that right there?
Not that one. Not the count. The count you would actually shrink. The category you want to make bigger. There you go. Take it over there. Take it over there. All right. Get rid of the space in there.
The space?
Yep. And make the numbers be center justified. Remember how we start these things. These are pop quizzes.
Yeah.
You need a little bit for your average, don't you?
Yep.
Impress me, dude. I'm not expecting you to be able to do this. This is difficult stuff for most people.
No, that's okay. You said make it center justified, right?
The count. Mm-hmm. You were there. That was the right page. That was the right tab. But what you got to do? Right. There you go.
Yep.
There you go.
Center justified.
Uh-huh.
And then what else did you say?
I wanted you to take the space out. That's on the next tab.
Yep. Take the space out.
Uh-huh.
Like row 4. And do you want to change the title size? It's
already. We can leave those for right now.
Okay, but we changed the body text to legend text, did we not?
Oh, we did for other things, but I don't recommend. I would let all that be the scheduled default and be just fine. But yeah, very good, very good. What you were doing was good. You remembered a lot of stuff there that I didn't think you would. Close this schedule and let's see how that looks on the sheet. Now, for some other projects, like see mechanical, it's going to have ductwork, it's going to have pipes, it's going to have all kinds of stuff, and that schedule is going to grow. So
Yeah.
we do have lots of room for him to grow, correct?
Yeah.
Zoom out. Let me see. All right. All right. So on the other projects where it says the plumbing fixture schedule and the plumbing equipment schedule, what do you think you're going to put in there?
Mechanical equipment.
Mechanical equipment, correct. Duct accessories,
Yeah. Yeah.
probably duct. Electrical might be the conduit. So there's one really missing from this one here. And it's actually where your pipe legend is supposed to go with the colors. And that is, what are the different types of pipe that you got? So let's make one of them schedules real quick. I want you to make a pipe schedule.
A pipe schedule. Okay. You just want me to create one.
See, nobody would do this, but see what this is going to make it so much easier for the contractor to quote this job.
Pipes. Okay.
Yep. And I want you to get the system abbreviation, and I want you to get the count.
System abbreviation.
Uh-huh.
Count. That's it.
That's it. Go to sorting and grouping. Nope. Go to sorting and grouping. Sort by system abbreviation. Don't itemize every instance. Wait.
Oh, sorry. I got ahead of myself.
All right. Look what you could have done. What could have you done? The other two things you did to the last schedule.
Yep. You want count. Center justified. And you want to take that row off.
That's it.
All right.
Okay. Let's see how it looks.
Okay. You want to put it like in here somewhere?
No, it's not gonna end up in there, but
okay.
Do it and stretch your description or system abbreviation. What did you call that before? Just pan over just a little bit to the side. We didn't really call it. I think some people call it pipe type. Some people, but do you see how your legend over there, your color legend?
Yeah.
See how you can make that go in there? So that schedule, the pipe schedule, double click on it, and let's insert the description right after system abbreviation.
Okay.
Good.
Insert the, I'm sorry, you said system?
Description. And you know what? You might actually be right. It might actually be the system description.
Okay.
Right now, go add the system description so we can see them both.
Oh, did I pass it? No, I didn't. System classification, segment description.
How about the system name?
Okay.
All right, and we could take the description out. The description was the wrong one, but see, that's going to be a problem that you're going to have for a while. You can either double click on it or you can hit the red arrow. That was perfect.
Yep.
All right, so I think that'll do it. I think that's going to give you the system abbreviation. Do it. Okay. No. Let's see. It's not the system name. Try the description. Just throw it in there. We'll double check it.
Nope.
There's nothing for the description. Is there any other information? Go down to the systems and let's look at what else is available.
I see segment description.
No. How about the system type? That's it. That's going to be it. That's what we wanted.
All right. So take out system name and description.
You got it. You got it. You're catching on. Like I said, you can just double click on it there and it'll take it out.
Yeah.
Now move that over and then center up the system abbreviation.
Okay. I should be able to just move that over
No.
Oh, it's
I'm
already in.
saying, yeah, but I'm saying the system type. It should be the abbreviation, then the type.
Oh, yeah. You're right.
All
You're
I'm
right.
doing is looking at that legend next to it is what I'm doing. Center up the abbreviation. Yep.
Okay.
Looks good.
And
Let's
I'll
see
have to
how
pull
that
it
looks
over.
on the sheet. Stretch the one, shrink the other. Right? Shrink the abbreviation till it doubles up on the text. Keep going. It'll double up the system. But there you go. Now go as far as you can to the word abbreviation. Perfect. Nope, too far. There you go. Now stretch out the system type so it's single line. Perfect. I'd go a little bit longer in case you put another type in. That's a little bit more words. Keep going. Keep going. All right. See, now if you zoomed out just a hair, see how your colors are supposed to be over there. We don't need to have all that text in our pipe legend. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I see.
So double click there. Take your picture of the pipe.
Yeah.
Move that up above the plumbing equipment. You're close. You're close. Go over to the side like you did with all the other legends. No. Oh, yeah. No. In line. There you go. Right there. Go up. Go up. Up. There you go. You're going to go up more than that. Now, the rest of that stuff.
So you want to put the pipe schedule up here and you're going to put.
You got it. You're catching on. You're catching on, John. Get rid of that text that was in there. See, we don't want to have any text in our files. We're really good. And the word pipe legend, you can get out of there because we already had that down there. Those should all be lined up with each other. If you notice, the edges will line up. See it? See it?
Yeah.
There you go. And the other one should be moved over. There you go. That one there, I'd move all the way up to the G in plumbing. Once again, it's going to tend to grow.
Move. Oh, this one all the way up. I got you.
Yeah. You can already see you don't have the vents in. So you can put the color pictures right there. All you got to do is stretch that color picture. Yep. Now stretch it bigger. Make it bigger. Make it bigger. Down a little. Nudge arrow down. Line the cold water up.
Oh, right.
See? So now you got to go a little bit smaller. There you're catching on. You're almost there. Pull it back a little bit. There you go. You can get your... Nope. You're going too far because you haven't put in your vent yet.
Oh, you're right. Shoot, that might be perfect.
Not quite lined up. Get that lined up pretty.
You know what it is? I think it's going to be off because the pipe.
No, you can make it exact. No, I already know because I've done it 100 times, buddy. You're good. Let it there. No, let it there. It was good.
All right.
Okay.
Yep.
So now go back to your mechanical file.
Yep.
Show me your drafting views. See a little plus. There you go. Take that out of there. Say copy that to the clipboard.
Put it into the plumbing cover.
Plumbing file. Do a Control V. All right. For last change to verify revision, just put a number 1 in there, and that's going to be set up the sheets. Hey, Gaffy.
Howdy.
Just you want me to delete all this?
Set up sheets. Nope. There you go. See, if you do it right, all you got to do is type right on top of there.
Yeah.
All right. So you said you had 8 hours of work. List some of the things that you're expecting to do on that to-do list.
I have to go.
Well,
Yeah,
don't flip until you haven't accepted your text. You're about to mess up and lose the setup sheet. You got to click on white space to accept the text.
I got you.
Right?
I'm gonna have to go and make all the.
Nope. Don't tell me. I don't care.
Okay.
This is the sheet you're gonna open up every time when you go into this file. Okay.
All right.
So right now, the file, every time you go into it, it remembers the last sheet you were in. Right? So do you know that? Do you know that if you get out of the file, whatever's the last sheet you were in, that's the one it goes to?
Yeah.
Are you with me?
Uh-huh.
We're going to make this be the starting view. No, what are you doing?
I was just typing in things I have to do.
No, your to-do list is on the other side.
Oh. Okay. All right.
All right. And see, what you're going to do is when you to-do something, you're going to cut it off your to-do list, and you're going to tell me over there on the red list, these are the things I got done today. You with me?
Yeah.
All right. So see the notes down there that say need fabrication from Vortex and that information, you can delete that. So what I'm hoping you guys start doing is start adding your to-do list. When you done it, you move it over to the red side. Okay? That way, if you and Eric are talking and he's working in the plumbing file and you're like, yep, I added those vents to the 4th floor, and you copied the note over here and he goes back to this cover sheet to verify he's got the most recent one, he'll see, wait a second, the vents to the 4th floor aren't done. Something's gone wrong. Either you didn't upload it or I didn't download it or something. So this is how we track it. This is also how I can track what you guys have been doing on the job. I'm not looking for timesheets. I'm looking for you to list what you got to do and take it off that list and put it on the last changes. Make sense?
Yeah.
So I'd like you to make that to-do list up whenever I go to this video. Then I'd like you to get it to done. Do you have any questions? Eric, is there anything else you can think that we added to the mechanical file that we wanted to add over to the plumbing file?
No, off the top of my head. We already took this. We already took the system type.
You know what? The object styles. Could you show me your object styles? That's underneath manage object styles. Yep, that's been done. You see how it says materials next to that stuff? See how it says a typical job does not have that listed in there. So we've copied all of these object styles, which is nice because then it's giving you those materials. So you have mechanical duct. Zoom back up to the mechanical. We don't have. So all we did was we added to duct insulation. We really should add to duct and pipe. Let me think this through. Yeah, we really should add that to duct and pipe. I'm surprised that wasn't done. Can you scroll down to pipes and see if the pipes were done? Nope, just the insulation. All right, and the fixtures. But we did do it to conduit and cable tray, correct? Yeah, and you know what's going to happen is it's going to get overridden by the system type material. That's why I didn't take that energy, but that doesn't work with conduit. Yeah, I think that's the most current object style. The idea is this one of those things I wanted to get correct, because this way, when anyone's drawing in the electrical or the plumbing or the mechanical, they don't have to worry about going and making those materials later. What else did we do, Eric? We merged in the pipe styles. That's not going to help for this. I think that's it. Who the hell's falling apart?
I don't know.
Is that you, Eric, making noise?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, it's Jaffe cooking in the background.
Yeah.
All right, I'm just gonna mute you. You unmute yourself whenever. Guys putting all kinds of background noise in. You're good with that. You're good with that. So you make your to-do list and your to-done list. Next thing I was gonna do, after you sit down, Jaffe, and unmute, you just feel free to holler if there's something you want to cover. I think it would be beneficial since we need to learn how to do plumbing. That's why I did this. We're going to watch the Revit kid and how he does plumbing in a project. I'm probably going to watch it for about 20, 25 minutes. Nathan, just so you know, I'm going to be prepping for my next step to do in Revit. I'm going to build a shipping container family today.
All right.
I would like you in the next half hour to keep working while this is going on. Pay attention to it, but try to get some of that stuff done, at least a to-do list. So at the end of this, I can see your to-do list, and Eric can tell me if there's anything you're missing, or I can tell you if there's anything I see missing. All right?
Okay.
I'm going to go kick this off. You guys tell me if you can hear this.
Filling in all these was like
You
super
can hear
easy
that?
because these are all multi-category tags,
Yeah.
material tags. The ceiling plans are starting to come together pretty good. I did some layouts with lights and whatnot. There will be an episode about lights and electrical as we go through it. I will talk about this electrical power plan and sort of how I created that. But today, what we're going to be talking about is this guy right here. So, one of the things that I absolutely love doing is playing with different ways to communicate and and show design intent and add value on drawings. The idea of adding color and shading and whatnot. One thing I will say though, when you do that, is sometimes it makes the PDFs a little big. Whatever. I think we're beyond that this day and age. But what you'll see on this drawing here is I actually thought, I wanted to do interior elevations of this primary suite, and I was going to have them on a different sheet. But again, I'm not. This is me, my own firm, my own stuff. So I don't necessarily have to abide by standards, so to speak. And so I thought, why would I, instead of just, this is only one bathroom, it's the only part of the project that's plumbing wise, why not just make a plumbing sheet that also has all the details on the bathroom itself? And so just to give you a sense, and I'm also playing with how I want to show a plumbing drawing. And again, it's one of those things where, yeah, there is a standard out there, but let's see what we can do utilizing Revit to make it, again, tell the whole story that we want to tell. And so here's the sort of plumbing drawing. Here's the current version of the primary bath. So you can see here some sections or some elevations of it, another elevation of it here, another elevation there, and then a nice little 3D axon of it. Again, just to show design intent, to show what we're trying to do, to explain to not just myself, but stuff like that. Sorry, Builds just asked if I insulated between the floors. Yes. So that the space underneath is going to become this office. And so, that I'm actually going to be doing RC1 clips and insulation and trying to make that sort of a sound-proof box, so to speak. So yes, you did notice there's insulation there. That is not for heat transfer. That is for sound, for sure. Okay. And so then here, and then I did this 3D diagram, at this scale, this scale of project, the idea is really, in my opinion, it's very conceptual in the sense of like, I'm going to end up talking to the plumber, right? I'm the GC and the architect, so I'm going to end up talking to the plumber. This is my intent. And then we'll walk through the means and methods and so on and so forth. So, that's kind of the idea with this sheet is making sure that, the intent is there, and so we're going to talk about how to create some of these things, but obviously starting with the actual pipes. How do we create the pipes themselves? Before we jump into the pipes, what I will do is take a quick moment to thank our sponsor for this season. So that is the fall season of BIM After Dark Live, and that is RevitFamily.biz. All right, so Brenton Weiberg, who will actually be on the show in a couple of episodes to announce a really, really neat new bundle of families, is the creator of RevitFamily.biz. He makes some incredible families for residential architects using Revit. That includes cabinets, doors, windows, electrical and lighting families, and definitely worth checking out for sure. He not only has sponsored this season of BIM After Dark Live, but he offered 20% off for anybody who uses this code right now. So if you head on over to revitfamily.biz and use the offer code 20 RevitKid24, I believe it's capital R, capital K. Information will be in the description below as well. So thank you, Brenton, for sponsoring this episode, and thank you all for tuning into this episode as well. So there was a question about is the soundproofing to play the Strat? It's actually more for the sound transfer, because now I'll be under basically our bedroom where when I'm doing this show, for example, I'm not keeping my wife up or bothering her from watching TV and vice versa, I guess, if she's taking a shower or something, whatever. Okay, so let's jump into how do we get started with this stuff? I'm just going to strictly jump in and start talking about, well, how the heck do you model this? And one of the things with MEP and Revit, this pretty much applies to all MEP, whether it's ductwork, electrical, plumbing. There's an episode I will link below. I can't remember the number, so I will pull it up, where we talked about mechanical, electrical, and plumbing. And David Butts was the guest, and he had a great way of breaking down the process of creating mechanical models in Revit. And really, it came down to having your starting point, your end point, or your supply and your return, whatever, your supply and your diffuser, right? That kind of thing. And the same with plumbing, right? So the first thing you need to do is you need to put in your fixtures. Okay, you need to have a fixtures, then you need to kind of have where they end, right? And then you're basically routing between those two things. So you always kind of start there. Most of the time you're not actually running the stuff first. You're kind of putting part A, part B, and then you need to connect the dots between the two. So what I think we're going to do to make this a little easier is I'm actually going to create a new file, because I want to show you guys a nice little trick. So I'm going to do a brand new project, and I'm going to use the out-of-the-box template. Okay, this is the out-of-the-box multidisciplinary template, which actually I think does have some stuff built into it. But either way, the biggest issue that designers, like architects like myself, run into is that our templates are architecture templates. So typically we do not have any MEP stuff built into it. And what I mean by stuff is routing preferences. Okay, and creating that stuff takes a ton of time. And so creating a MEP template takes a lot of time. It usually helps when you build a project over time and create all these routing preferences, find ones that are missing, create more, find ones that are missing, create more, and so on and so forth. As architects and doing the level that we do, that may not be what we need to do.
I'm not so sure about that. Eric, did you hear what he was saying? That's fine if you stepped away. We're going to have to talk about that. I mean, he makes it sound like it's a real impossible task. But remember, this guy typically does architecture. This is the example of what happens if you're just too heavy into one area and not covering the full BIM. So I'm going to keep going.
I'll tell you sort of the secret, and the quickest way to jump into it is to just pull it from another file. And guess what? We have a file that is perfect for it. If I go to File, Open, right, and I'm up here on the top left, and I scroll all the way down to where it says Sample Files, okay? If I open some sample files here, and I look at this beautiful Snowden sample plumbing project, which is an individual plumbing model, and I open that guy. That model, I believe, was created by Brian Mackey, who has been on the show before. So I trust that it is a quality model, and I have been in it before, so I can. But really, the key is having system families and routing preferences set up for MEP, and then it becomes almost as simple as drawing walls. Okay, and so if you don't have a template, if you don't have access to a file that maybe has this information, you do now, right? You have it right here in this Snowden file. Okay, and so what I'm going to do quickly is I just open up this the sample file, and let me close the other views real quick. I'm going to turn off the links because it does open the links with it. Okay, and so now you can see what we've got here is a plumbing model, right? So basically what I've done in the past and what I'm going to show you guys how to actually get started really quickly is find something that's similar to what you're trying to do. So in residential architecture, a lot of times it might just be PVC piping or some version of that. And so finding a system that works for that and literally copying and pasting it in and then building off of that. Okay, so let's see if we can find, what do we have here? PVC, there we go.
See, ironically, the one thing that he's missing is that routing preferences. If you just use the mechanical template, what happens is if you don't have that in the simple architectural file, they don't have routing preferences for the elbows and for the T's and for all that stuff. So if you start with an architectural template file and you go to draw a piece of pipe, as soon as you go to draw the second pipe, you're going to have a broken no smoking symbol that's telling you you don't have routing preferences, you don't have any elbows. So that's where he's stealing that information. He didn't really make that clear that that's what he was stealing. Once again, that's because I don't really think he has a solid grasp on what he's talking about. But you can see right there, the one thing that they're doing with that template file is you notice the pink pipe is a gray color and the green pipe is a gray color and all the pipes are a gray color. They're not using the materials in the system types, which is what we want to do to make our drawings look a little bit better. Make sense?
Yeah.
Any questions? I really think that, I think it's good for you to see this because what he's about to show you is going to allow you to go he's just doing one little bathroom for his one little studio. I'm sorry, buddy. You're doing 4 stories. We throw you right into the deep end on this deal because that's the best way to go. Okay.
Yeah.
So it'll be funny. I'm thinking in 2 months when you're done with this kind of stuff is going to be so beginner level. You're going to be so far beyond this. But I do think, plus my throat is sore, so I wanted to cut down my actual talking time. It looks like Jaffe might have dropped off. Who knows? Maybe he'll jump back. Maybe he just wanted to hear us. He wanted to make us hear making breakfast, a little bastard. But understand the reason I wanted to play with this was because I'm actually doing some work in the background. I'm hoping you're doing the same. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm doing the to-do list.
That's good. Perfect. I'm going to keep it rolling.
Okay.
Well, it's a vent, but that's okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually just going to drag across here. Right. So I just dragged across and I'm not going to bring the grids. I'm going to bring the pipes and the pipe fittings. And I think it'll bring the system, but if not, we can tab and select the system too. So what I did there is I tabbed and I selected the pipe fittings, the pipes, and the piping systems. Okay. And now I'm just going to copy this. Oh, maybe I can't copy a system. Maybe it's just the pipe. Yeah. All right. So pipes and pipe fitting. Fine. All right. And then I'm going to go to this 3D view here. Right here. And I'm going to paste them in. I'm going to show you why that's important. Okay. So I'm just going to paste them in here. And if I jump to this, you can see, here's those pipes. Hopefully you guys can see. There you go. There's the pipes there. Okay. So one of the things that I this probably had them all built into it. If I was to click into these pipes and I go to routing preferences and I click edit, all this right here, this is the kind of stuff under routing preferences that you will just mind-numbingly set up. Like it just takes forever and ever and ever to set up. And so that's something that you probably don't have built into your.
I hope he's not right because you got a lot of them to set up, my friend.
Your file is my guess, right? I didn't even have it built into mine because I haven't done it in this particular instance. And so I copied that in to my file, right? And so, and then what I did from there is I created systems as needed. And so what I'll do first is I'll jump back over to 3D in my file here. Let's go here. And so even for this guy, for example, this one, you could see here, I made a system called footing drains and a type, right? And then for this one, it's just PVC piping, it's all basically drainage, stuff like that. So I utilized that. I literally just copied that in and then I was able to start. And what happens when you copy that in is that it brings in those routing preferences and those system types. Okay. Using the out of the box multidisciplinary probably wasn't a good idea because I already had them built in. But that's okay. And so I'm actually going to go in 3D. And so once you do this, when you go to pipe, so if I go to systems and I just go to pipe, right, what you'll see is that I have this PVC DWV. That's actually the one that came in. Okay. I could start level 1. I could say it's a 4-inch diameter. So again, I'm up here, level 1, 4-inch diameter. And then you can see middle elevation, 3, whatever. Okay. And once you do that, what you'll see is drawing pipes can be pretty much as easy as drawing walls. What you're going to start to find out is the no symbol, right? If you, it's going to be a little hard to see here, but if you look closely at where my mouse is, I'll try and highlight it. See how there's that no symbol there? So what that no symbol is telling you, and if I click it, it won't let me click it, right? So essentially, that is where a routing preference for that angle doesn't exist. In most cases, when you bring in a system like this, especially from the sample file, you're going to run into all the routing preferences you need. Okay. But the first step is to bring in those bring in those system types which come in with the routing preferences. Okay. I will also say that what I'm telling you tonight is in a process where you're modeling the plumbing inside of the same file as the architecture. For small scale residential, I personally think it's okay to do that. Once you get to larger projects, it makes sense to have a separate file and then even have a separate template potentially for MEP systems, right? But for this, if we're talking about only 3 or 4 different systems, you want to talk about 3 or 4 different pipes, it doesn't make sense for me to go through the whole idea of linking. So basically bringing these routing preferences into your project is step 1. Okay, so I'm going to go into my project now. And since I brought them in, what I'm going to do now is I'm actually going to go and I'm going to take, we have some fun with this. I'm going to take the plumbing fixtures. And I'm going to copy them out here. Okay, so those right there, if you can see, those are my plumbing fixtures. There we go. Okay, so you can see we have a toilet. We have this I actually pulled this P-trap. I actually pulled from that sample file as well because I thought it was really neat. And I have the sink obviously as part of the casework you saw there. But I pulled this and it actually has connectors on it, which is really cool, right? Here, this is a tub that I think it's a Kohler tub or something like that. That actually came. You can see it actually has all the connectors, but then I also have this wall-mounted one that has the connectors on it. This guy has connectors as well. This guy has connectors, and these have connectors. The reason I'm calling that out is if you want to do this 100% the right way, then you want to use the connectors. Do you have to? If it's like, not really, but if you want to do this the right way, using the connectors is the way to connect the pipes. That's sort of A and B. What's unique about this project and a lot of projects in residential and plumbing in general is like, your end isn't like a air handler unit. It's like, out of the building or where the septic tank, right? Whatever it is from there, right? Juan just asked about PEX piping. PEX is a little different ball game, right? PEX is kind of like, I guess it depends. It depends on the system. You can model it, I guess, if you want, but it's kind of like doing MC cable or something where it gets a little.
Just so you know what he's talking about there is that PEX piping, I'm sure you've seen, Nathan, is flexible. And there is no really way to draw Revit pipe that is flexible. But like on the casino job, we had to model the PEX piping in, which really doesn't make sense because it's not really in that location. So it's sort of ironic that we covered the LOD yesterday and we're talking about that. And here you are today, and he's saying, no, you don't really model it, but the people all say that you do in the LOD. So I just want you to understand you're going to get a lot of mixed signals from a lot of, if you start comparing notes on a lot of different sources.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. That might be a little too detailed because it's so flexible. But I'm talking about drainage right now today. Let's just talk about. We got to keep it simple. Okay. So then when it comes to actually modeling these pipes, now that I have the systems in here, I have my plumbing fixtures where they need to be. Okay. And what I'll do too is I'll show you guys. No, we'll do it out here. Okay. You can model in pretty much any of the views, right? But when it comes to MEP, a lot of times I am modeling in 3D, but you do need to have a floor plan, and honestly, sections help a lot too. Working sections, because you might need to do some of this stuff, right? But for now, what we'll do is we will just say we are going to draw our pipe that. Oops, sorry, you guys weren't looking at it. So I'm going to go to systems. I'm going to go to pipe. I'm going to use my PVC drainage, wet vent, or whatever. And you can see all these routing preferences set up. I'm going to set this one to bottom of footing, and we're going to call this a 4-inch. And I'm basically going to say, okay, this right here, oops. Try that again. Bottom of footing, mid elevation 0. All right, so we're just going to say this right here. This is our pipe. I got to get rid of the topo surface, huh? Topo solid. Okay, so this is our exit pipe. Okay, that's going to our septic tank, for example, right? You can see it's down here. Okay. So we have our start point, right? We have our plumbing fixtures, and then we have our end point, which is the bottom of this where this is coming in, right? So then it's just a matter of starting to connect these two things, right? And once you have these routing preferences, you saw how easy it was for me to do that, right? I didn't even need to think about it. I can just model, okay? What's nice about plumbing is that a lot of times, of course, I'm gonna by putting it outside of the building, none of my views are gonna work, I think, at this point in time, but that's okay. Okay, so we have A, we have B, and now let's just run one real quick. Okay, so let's just say I'm going to start with what I think will probably be the biggest one, which is the toilet. Let's say it might be the biggest drain line. And so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to create similar, or I can go to system pipes, whatever. I'm going to make this one a 3-inch. This one's going to be first floor. And I think we're going to be middle elevation is going to be, let's just say it's -1 feet. I'd have to cut a section stuff to remember exactly where. Okay. But now if I do this here, I can start sort of sketching out how I think this is going to go. And let's just say maybe, and I won't connect it yet. Maybe it's going to go like this. Maybe it's going to do a 45 to here. And then it's going to go like this. Okay. So one thing you'll notice is look what it automatically did. Okay, so I'll do that again, but I'll do it in 3D here. Okay, so if I take this guy, and what's happening is, see how it's locking to the bottom? I don't know, it might be hard to see on here. If I click that, you'll see what it does. It actually just connects it. Because all these routing preferences are set up, because the system's all set up, because I just copied it from somebody else who did all the work for me to set it up, thank you, Brian Mackey, that's how it works. It's as simple as that, right? I was able to just it saw the bottom piece and it locked. Let's say it didn't do that automatically. Okay, and of course you may not want this. You may not want this reducer to be here. That's fine. Whatever. We can talk about that. But let's say it didn't. Let's say we had these two pieces, right? You can actually just use trim as well, depending on what it is, or you can grab this guy, pull it down. It'll look for the center. So I'm just dragging, look for the center, and it's doing it. Right. And so it becomes super, super easy to do. You can also go into an elevation or.
Eric, did you know that one?
I knew if you were drawing in plan view, you could snap to the end and it would clean it out.
No, but did you see what he just did there?
Yeah, I saw it. I didn't know that. They must have cleaned up something because.
Well, I'll test it in 2020, but it may have always done that and we just didn't even realize it.
Yeah, well, I think we were always fearful of the sloped angle.
Yes. And that may not work if it is sloped. So we'll have to test that one out. Pretty interesting.
Or section view and draw it, but I actually try my best to make it auto find the routes, as opposed to like going in a section and click. because of the fact that when you have to find the auto route like this, then you're usually dealing with a much more realistic fitting and what do you want to call it, join piece or whatever. So for right now, we're just going to leave that, even though I might actually, let's do this. Let's change the, one thing we might want to do here is maybe before we drop it down, maybe it jumps to a, or this guy maybe jumps to a 4-inch. So I'm going to change this. I'm just selecting it, change it to 4 inches. But now all these fittings are kind of screwed up. So I'm just going to delete these fittings. And remember, I could trim it. So this is TR. So trim is TR. Or I could just grab it and pull it and look for the center and lock it, and you'll see what it's. Of course, it won't find it now. All right, that's all right. We'll just trim here, TR. So TR trim, and you can see now I've got a 4-inch here. Now the reducer's up here, a little more realistic there, right?
That's called.
So, of course, that let us quickly connect these. It's going to drive me nuts with the building behind it. I should probably put a section. Let me put a section box around or something. I'm sure it's probably driving you guys nuts too. But... All right, let me just do it this way. Just so we don't have crap everywhere. All right. And I'll even hide this one. Okay. Ooh, that's a little better. All right. So, so now, we've simplified the process. I understand this is not pitched yet, so we can talk about that in a minute. But by sort of going through just the simple method like this, and you'll notice I haven't even gone into a 3D or a floor plan view or anything. I've done everything in 3D, right? Connecting to the toilet, that's pretty simple, right? If I'm right here, let's see where this toilet connector is actually. Oh, it's in the back. That's weird. Yeah, that's weird. This may be one where we connect to the bottom of it, because I don't know why the connector. I guess it's a wall. Yeah, that's not what I plan on doing. Oops.
Maybe you could just go move the connector.
So,
what do you think?
Here's an example where we can turn up.
Yeah.
We can turn up in a section, and I'll show you what that does. So if I go, let me just go to a floor plan real quick. All right, so you can see, here's what we were doing there. Okay, I'm going to draw a section like so. And now there's different ways you can approach this and see this. Notice, I also went to fine. So if you're in coarse, that's another thing I noticed a lot of people run into. If you have your view set to coarse, you're not going to see the pipe, right? So you're going to see a line, and that kind of trips people up. So now in this view, I'm going to go, pull this back to wherever it needs to be. I'm going to say create similar, and then I'm just going to draw from this piece up to the bottom of this guy. And then if I go back to my 3D view, you'll see it did that, right? And so it's kind of weird with pipes in the sense of work planes and how they work. But I find that trying to actually fully understand it can be a pain in the ass. And if you just do a create similar from one that's in the work plane, usually it's going to be in the same work plane as the other one. Okay. And I know this isn't perfect. I get it. But, I'm just sort of showing you how do you get to where you want to be. If you want to pitch this, there's a couple different ways you can do it. The sort of rudimentary piece, the rudimentary way to do so is to just hit. Oh, geez, I was clicking around without you guys seeing it again. Is you'll notice that this has an offset on here, an offset on here, right? And so by default, it's flat, as you can see. If I said -1 foot 1 inch, or if I type the complete wrong thing here, let's try that again. All right, -1 foot 1 inch. You'll notice the second you do that, it actually gives it a slope, right? And so that slope exists, right here. And I could say instead of this, I could say 1/4 inch per 12 inches, right? That's gonna start breaking things. It will, but you can draw them. You can draw them on that slope too. But today I just.
Very important what he's showing you there, Nathan. Very important. Slope pipe is hard to work with. Once you figure it out, you can work with it. Most people have a really hard time figuring it out, and it can be very frustrating, but not as frustrating as what he's dealing with. So we got to get those simple rules into you of how you got to control it. And it does do some things that you got to double check. What Revit's done, it'll move your riser and it'll do some crazy things, making you look like a real dumbass. Okay? Always, when dealing with slope pipe, always double, triple check your work, because weird things will happen. And sometimes those weird things will be off the screen. And then it won't be till you're in a construction trailer and someone's chewing you a new ass. Why do you have this trap? Why do you have this floor drain in this location? And no one's going to understand, because Revit sucks and hasn't fixed it in all these years. You have to be extremely cognizant of your sloped pipe. Okay, that's a warning. When you come back and tell me, well, I didn't do that, it must. I'm going to say, hey Nathan, I warned you, buddy. Okay, and it will happen to you. Eric will attest to this. It's really frustrating. Like I said, this guy is an expert. Now he is an expert in the architecture.
I told him about it yesterday.
Well, so then you should really be getting it driven home by watching this video. You see this expert. He's like really floundering. I thought this lesson was going to be much better than this. I've lost no respect for him, but it actually shows, because like I said, I cannot tell you how much respect I have for this guy. This guy learned this software extremely fast and has some very good ideas, but I don't believe he quite understands the other disciplines, which is why it's so important that we teach you all the disciplines. Okay, Nathan?
Yeah.
All right, buddy. I'm gonna play it. How much more do we got? We got about 15 more minutes. Think you guys can stomach another 15 minutes?
Yeah.
It's fine.
I'll be honest. I don't know if I can come up with
today is to
What's that?
I think I'm kind of stumped on a lot more things to do. I don't know
All right, let's take a look at what you got.
Okay. I think I got
Eric,
like eight things.
Eric, grab a screen capture of that. As we watch this last 15 minutes, you see if there's anything else that you need to do.
Give me a second. I do not have it yet. What's the relay locate FCU? Was that the one that was left in there?
Yeah, it was already in there. You want me to take that out?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Go ahead. You can play.
Well, if you just highlight all that and now hit one more. See, if you would have hit delete, if you would have deleted the other way instead of backspacing, hit backspace now and it'll move that up.
I gotta.
Nope. Go back up to that top line and hit delete. No, just the delete key.
Nothing's working.
Nothing's working.
Yeah.
What about if you go right in front of the one and hit a backspace?
Right here?
Yep. No, that's not what we want. I was just trying to keep you so that there is a space up there that you got to delete. This is sort of like slope pipe. Autodesk, once again, I don't know what kind of programming you do, but your text editor sucks.
I mean, normally you could just go behind the one and just press delete and move up.
That's the whole thing, is they don't have it working like Microsoft. That's where I'm saying it's dirty what they're doing. But if you would have done exactly what I said, instead of delete hitting the backspace, it would have done it for you.
Yeah,
I'm not going to make a big deal about it. I just want you to understand, okay?
Okay, yeah.
You'll get better at it as you copy and paste these things over. So don't worry so much about that. I'm going to go back to the lesson.
Get you guys modeling as soon as possible. And once you get to that point, then you can start paying more attention to the actual slope and so on and so forth. Okay. So then if you wanted to start adding more to this, right? So now I want to go from this drain here. Maybe this drain is actually a 2.5 inch for whatever reason instead. And again, we could start with the connection. I don't foresee that's going to be an issue on this one, but for now I'll just go like this. And I didn't actually check what elevation I was at. So let me just double check that real quick. Yeah, so I was at the right elevation here. Okay, so this is an example where now you're going to start playing. Okay, if I did a 45 here, well, that doesn't quite work. Unless you have some weird T thing, which I don't think exists. So maybe you want to pull it further up to connect in the middle here or something like that. So for the sake of ease, I'm just going to move it up a little bit, right? Or maybe do less than a 45, whatever. And that's when stuff will break because it doesn't have the connector piece. So let me just show you. So notice if I went inside, let's see. Perfect. So I was hoping this kind of happened. So what this is saying here is it's saying no auto route solution was found. And notice it's highlighting this guy here. So in my experience, this is kind of like in walls when you're trying to like clean up 7 walls when they join together, try to figure out what it is. What's probably happening here is that there isn't a connector or a piece that fits, a fitting that fits in here and makes that angle the way that you want it to do. So my guess is, and again, I'm just doing this on the fly here. If I was to move this down, and let's start on this end just for fun, or not. Try again. Unless this may not have the, there it goes. So you'll see this is the fitting that the PVC pipe has, and you'll notice this has a length to it, right? And so you need to make sure that this thing fits within what you want, right? And so I'll just shove that in there. And so this is part of the reason why, and maybe there's other fittings, maybe you could bring in other fittings, but this is part of the reason why I like modeling this stuff, because it does help you understand some of the limitations as well of what maybe you're trying to do. And so hoping that helped you. And the other thing is now, if we're going to go on a 45 after this, right, there's a limitation here, right? So, at some point in time, right, this pipe sort of disappears. And so that's when you can start playing with, I'm just going to nudge it for now just to see. You can start playing with what that means, to get from here to here. And you could see I actually was able to do it like that. But, you get kind of the idea. Actually, this connector was right. And notice it actually automatically connected. So this is why having those connectors and doing what you need, or doing the connectors first is huge, right? So you saw I'm basically just drawing as if I'm drawing walls, but it's kind of doing what I need it to do. Okay. And so now let's have some fun with this toilet one, or this tub. And let's say this tub, because we've got so much going on here, this tub is actually going to drop down and connect to the stack, down here somewhere, just to make it interesting. And so we'll do a 3-inch, probably doesn't need to be a 3-inch, but that's okay. And so what I'm going to want to do is I'm going to want to make sure this thing aligns with the center of here. So this may be an opportunity where it may work out better to do this in a floor plan view. For the sake of time today, I'm not going to do that, but I'm just going to draw a line like this, and then maybe it goes, and then maybe we do a 45 from here, and then we trim this. And so you can see that guy, and notice again, because the connector's there, I just clicked and dragged it. It actually is connecting to it. And I know it seems crazy and easy compared to when you guys maybe tried it, but the key is having those system routing preferences in there, and then having your families that you're connecting to having connectors, right? And then you could see how these things just come together, and it's actually just kind of fun, right? It's not frustrating anymore. Okay, and so now from here, what we're going to want to do is I might want this maybe to connect down in this zone. Okay, so there's a couple things I can try and do. I can try to model it in 3D, but it's going to be a little tricky. This is one where I might jump to an elevation or a section view. So I'll take my section that I had here, and I'm just going to rotate this. You're going to have a lot of working sections when you're working in MEP for sure. And so now, because I'm in a section view, right, I'm orthogonal. Now I'm going to do this guy, create similar, so it's on the same plane, and let's go down to here, and then we'll do a 45 to here, and then boom, right? Literally, that's it. That's how easy it is. I know it seems crazy. Once you start sloping, the process is the same. It's just, you're dealing with the slope pipe. So I don't feel like going down that road in this video. But it's, you know, like I said, you can change the top and end piece of it, and you can go through it.
You think someone doesn't want to make Autodesk look bad?
I'm assuming that's false information.
I was thinking it's not the exact same process, because there was multiple times there where he drew from one direction to the other, and then he went back in the system and did it.
And I'm assuming yesterday you told Nathan we always draw go in the same direction. I don't give a shit which it is. If you're drawing uphill to start, you draw uphill all the time.
I explained that the flow, you want to try and keep with the flow of where it's going.
Very good, very good. Like I said, I still think this is worthwhile, and it buys me another. We got about 10 more minutes.
It's the same process. You're just dealing with pipes that sloped, and then they're meeting at different points. Okay. So now we have piping. I mean, we've got all this thing piped. If you want to, you know, I'm not going to do it. You know, I can pipe the rest of these. You know, come through the same exact process. If I jump back over to my plumbing, you can see I even have the vent pipe coming up through the roof here. Let me go to the framing drawing so you can see it. So if I go over here, you can see there's the sink, right? There's the sink drains, and these are sloped going through it. And then you can see I even have the wet vent sort of popping.
Ironically, you can see he's not real good at structural either. He's having a terrible time with his coping cuts on the wood. You see how all the tails down at the very end, how they hit that big long beam, the one that's highlighted there right now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So you can see this is what happens when you're focused on architectural. And what you're going to find is there's not a whole lot of people on the structural, mechanical, and electrical levels. Most of those people are so busy they don't have time to do any training. I mean, we did go over the MEP guy. We'll probably watch some of his stuff because I think he might help us better with that automatic routing stuff. But this wasn't as sophisticated as I thought. But let's just finish it out.
Through it. So that's literally as easy as the model. So then that should get you started, right? That's the goal. The goal is, oh, and by the way, for those who are interested in downloading this sample file for this specific project, which is available to community members. So if you are interested in checking out this project and following along with this, as well as all the other great things of the community, head on over to community.bimafterdark.com. Here's actually a live look at what's going on right now. You can see we're having some conversations in the front. But if I go under bad notepad, what you'll see is that the North Wing project is right here. And not only do I have a bunch of cool snips as I was going along the progress, but I also have the sample files. And look at, there's me doing the plumbing drawings there and sharing the information. So if you're interested in that and you're interested in downloading the sample file, as well as office hours, don't forget, we do office hours. So we have office hour 97 next in 2 weeks. We just did office hour 96, which is basically every other week. You could see we have these awesome little live streams and so on, or live office hours with myself and a bunch of members. So if you are interested, head on over to community.
We might need to look into that. That looks a lot like what we're trying to do, doesn't it? Except it looks like they do it every 2 weeks instead of every day.
No.
We might want to check out that office hours. Who knows? Maybe we'll jump on, let them know what we're doing.
Community.bimafterdark.com and sign up, and you could download this sample file and see exactly what I'm looking at right here, including a lot of other sample files and stuff. Okay, so that's really it for getting to the model. So what about how it looks? I know I bet you thought there was a lot more to the piping, but literally that's it, man. I'm telling you, that's it. So how did I get some of these looks? And so one of the real cool ones that I like, and I'll let me go to that sheet, plumbing sheet. And I'm sorry, I'm losing my voice here, so I'll start to fade. Okay, so a couple different looks. First, with this guy, I've played with a lot of different ways, and there's a lot of ways that you can approach these type of drawings. I actually kind of screwed this one up in the sense that I don't remember why. I think I was modeling in one of the structural plans, because I was adjusting the structure. This actually most of this sits below the structure, and there's going to be a drop ceiling for some areas and stuff like that. And so I kind of ran with it. It doesn't really have to be a structural plan. It can be just a regular floor plan. But you'll notice the discipline is plumbing. And so that's a key, because if I flip this to architecture, you can see what happens here. If I flip this to coordination, you can see what happens here. If I flip this black to plumbing, you can see what happens here. So if you guys haven't played with the disciplines of your views, they are super cool to play with when it comes to showing things like electrical, mechanical, plumbing, and so on and so forth. So let me show you what I mean by that. So if I get out of this, let me go to 3D. So this view here, okay, I'm gonna move these guys really far out of the way here so they don't get too distracting. Come on, really? Okay, I'm gonna move this whole thing out here for now. All right, so if I just took this view, this is just a default 3D view with some nice sexy settings to it.
What's that?
I said he almost made a mistake. He almost took his whole slab with him.
He did almost take his whole slab. I thought it was better. I actually know why that stuff wouldn't move. It was because of how he has those objects selected, and one of them's a wall-hosted object. But it's not easy doing it on the fly, so I got a respect for him.
Yeah.
If I flip this from by discipline to coordination to plumbing, watch what happens. Boom. Pretty sweet, right? So, I mean, this is showing electrical too, so there's some filtering and stuff you might need to do based on the coordination setup. But you'll notice what it did there is it basically just did this really cool sort of like halftone X-ray thing to only highlight the views that.
What's that called, Nathan? That halftone X-ray thing? What's that called?
Underlay?
What do we do to our Revit links when we want to see through them?
You underlay them?
What that is doing, the disciplines, what he's not quite capturing here. He said it's cool, and it's really cool when you run into it. And you're like, wow, this is really neat. Misty loves to use those disciplines. All those disciplines are doing is they have rules set up for them that says all walls are underlay, all windows are underlay. That's in the plumbing discipline. So in other words, when you're in the plumbing discipline, it puts a bunch of other stuff in an underlay mode. We do that by doing it through our Revit links. And he did say, I wouldn't typically do this as separate projects because it's a small house. I would personally. It doesn't take that much to make the 6 files, and it is oh so beneficial when it comes to being able to truly control the underlays. And that's what you can't do by just switching to disciplines.
Oh, I see.
But what the disciplines told me was, oh, wow, it turns stuff to underlay, and that's what happens when it's an underlay. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So you would rather make the other 6 whole files to use that underlay rather than just go by discipline?
Correct, because you don't have that ability. If you use specialty equipment in your plumbing file, it becomes very difficult to get that specialty equipment to work. So that's, it's beneficial to do the disciplines so you know which objects are yours. And I'll tell you right now, specialty equipment does not belong to mechanical, does not belong to plumbing. Generic models don't belong to plumbing and don't belong to mechanical. See, so if you use mechanical, but you had some families you put in there as generic models, then they start to be seen through, and now you're feeling like you don't have control because there is nowhere that it tells you when you're in the plumbing mode, these categories are underlay. And you can't visually go check it anywhere. There's nowhere you can do a checkoff list. So the only way I could control that was by having all those objects in different files. And this project especially, it would be beneficial, even though it's a small project, to have a plumbing file, to have a structural file, I doubt he's even going to take an attack at mechanical, but most of it's probably going to be flex duct anyway. So does it really matter? No. I would definitely make my civil file. I would not do it with the architecture. All right. So you want to know why I would never do my land in an architectural file? You have any idea why I don't put my land in the architectural file?
Because you can't show structural, right?
No. Because if you put your land in there, if you go back to one of your houses that you're working on,
yeah,
and you put the land in there, and then you start going to drop this stuff on the sheets, it goes all the way off the sheets, and you're stretching borders, and you're doing all kinds of crazy stuff. Whereas I would tell you, when you're setting up your sheets, you want to have all your Revit links unloaded. That way you're not going to something that's real far out in space, and all your crop boundaries would be pretty and everything would fall on the sheet. Okay? That's only because I've done this a dozen times where I got to going so fast. And one night I drew the whole building and I had the site and everything, and then I wanted to put it on the sheets. And it took me so long because I had that topo built in there, and all my views that had topos on every one of my elevations. When I went to put it on my sheet, it was like 100 miles long because I made the topo so big. Whereas if it's a Revit link to the civil file, you can just unload the civil file, then set up your sheets. Without a doubt, I know that I diverge from most people. I don't care big or small. You set your stuff up in its own discipline file. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's easier to clean up.
It's going to be so much easier to work with, and you can control your underlay. See, because there's nowhere, when you go to visibility and graphics, there's nowhere to do an underlay. You can't tell it, I want walls to be underlay. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Eric, you can check that for me, but I don't think there's anywhere that you can change things to underlay except under the Revit links and what? The discipline mode. That's the only place where underlays come into count. Make sense?
Yeah.
Actually, there's one other spot, and that one is for the super advanced people. If you're looking at your view cut, that area between the bottom and the depth, you know how it's like, why do you have two bottoms? Why do you got to give me two bottoms? The second bottom one, the one that's outside the bottom but above the depth, that would all be also underlaid. So, neat tidbit. Let's finish this.
That you have here. And this works with links too. So if you guys haven't played with this for showing like riser diagrams or that 3D view I was showing you, that's as easy as it is, right? So that view you're looking at here, this plumbing view, let me just duplicate it. Plumbing. There we go. This view right here, you can see this is just a 3D view. If I flip it back to architectural or coordination, let's say. Okay, this is what the view looks like. So I have the walls. This was my structural view. So I had structural framing on. I had the floors hit, and I had a bunch of cool stuff here, and then I just flipped this to plumbing, and that's what you got there. Okay, this also has electrical fixtures and stuff off because usually when you do the systems, it does that. But as you can see, that's a pretty cool view.
Freeze?
No, I think he paused it. I don't know. I can't hear him.
I'm sorry, I was talking to you. I was actually calling him out because he sort of lied to you right there. Now, maybe it wasn't a blatant lie. The reason he turned the electrical off is because when he did the plumbing, it didn't turn the electrical into an underlay. That's why he turned it off. You understand? And that was what I was just telling you is the reason I do it through links is because it frustrated me so bad when I said, well, if I'm in a plumbing discipline, why aren't the electrical outlets underlaid? It didn't give you the full control with those disciplines. They are cool, but you can't control them. So He was telling you that he turned the electrical stuff off, but he didn't tell you it was because they didn't show an underlay. But we actually saw that before that. I actually saw that in the previous couple minutes that we were watching. All right, one more time. Let's see if we.
So that's really all it takes to make those really neat riser diagrams. I see Tyler just mentioned I have the blue outlet junction box. Yes, so that these are actually, these switches and outlets, these are actually Brenton's families, and so we'll talk about that in another episode when I do the electrical. But these are his electrical families are freaking awesome. They are. There's the outlets right there. They are absolutely super cool. But yeah, so that's a little tip there is using the coordination view, or switching your view by discipline to be a discipline of plumbing, and automatically you have these really, really cool looking 3D views that you can utilize. And then as far as documenting, you can see I actually am not calling out any sizes right now, but all of these right here, these are the multi-category descriptions, right? So you can see here, the one thing that I still have not modeled yet, this is a note from before, these are just lines. These are just detailed lines right now because I was sketching them in there. And this is a text note. So this is, I'm eventually going to model this into something, but basically tying back into the existing hot and cold water, which is somewhere over here, and building a bulkhead. So, at some point in time, I'll model that. But as you can see, this view is pretty nice as far as just being able to fully understand what's there. And again, this is just a floor plan view. So you're looking down, right? And then it's just changing the discipline. So it shows that graphics as is, which I think is pretty neat. So there we have it. Pretty cool, right? And so just quick wrap up. It's simple, it's straightforward, but really, take the sample file, copy and paste the pipes and pipe fittings from it. The other thing I should show you real quickly is if you wanted to make a new system type from that, it's pretty straightforward. You can see I actually have let me change this. So I have my footing drains here, right? And so in order to control that and have a little control over that, what I did is I actually just made a type, so a system family that's for pipe types. That's instead of the PVC, I just duplicated this and I called it footing drainage, right? Within that, you could also make the system type, which you can see I actually didn't change that to be also called, let's call this one footing drain. And what's cool, systems are really how you control the graphics of MEP systems as well. And so, oh boy, I just hit material. Hold on a second. So then I can give it a material and have some.
Why are you cursing about the shitty material editor?
So here we can also make a material for like perforated piping or something. I'll just use, So I'll just create a new material and I call this one footing drain.
This shouldn't work.
And we can give this a color just for fun. We'll make it like this color and maybe I'll put a little pattern on it. Let's do some lines just for shits and giggles. Click OK. Right, and now you can see it's this blue pipe, and this is here. So just so you know, there's pipes themselves, right, like this. And then if you tab through, you can get to the system, which is this dashed line, and that has more to do with the actual analysis and other tools in Revit MEP. But it's a really helpful way to be able to control and schedule and get information about your pipes there. So, anyways, the wrap up. Just open up the Snowden sample file, the plumbing file that was put together, and grab and copy paste those into your model. And then you start modeling, right? Have your plumbing fixtures set up. Create if you're going to a location, I would say like I just did there. Create the pipe that you're going to finish, and then connect those dots. It's that simple, right? And then the other tip is using your discipline for your view and switching that thing to plumbing. There was a question before about septic tank. If you model it in, what it would look like. Yeah, you can model it in if you know the exact location, the depth, and whatnot. And I may actually end up doing that because I'm connecting to the existing pipes for the septic system. So that may be worth it for me to go through there. But and then connect them, use the discipline to organize your views, and Now you're modeling pipes in a small scale residential setting. So hopefully that was helpful for you guys. I will put links below to all the stuff I mentioned today, including the offer code for revitfamily.biz for Brenton's family, how you can join the community, as well as that episode with David Butts about MEP systems, where he goes really deep as an MEP engineer into it. So thank you guys for joining. Please subscribe to the channel. Next week, I'm going to be taking it off live because it's Thanksgiving week and I'm trying to spend some time with the family. But I will be posting some edited videos next week, pre-recorded videos and some really fun stuff. So definitely subscribe and keep an eye on the channel. And the following week, we'll be back live here. I don't remember what day, if it's going to be Tuesday or Thursday, but keep an eye out. And with that, I'm going to go drink some more tea and hope my throat comes back.
So interesting point.
Okay.
This is about a month ago. He got about 4,000 views, which means that you would be monetized. You would actually be making money from people watching these. I didn't keep a close eye on here. It does not look like, you can see he did not get a high chat count. He got a couple chats of a couple people talking to him. My hope is if we get this high enough on the live view, we can actually start getting people to ask us questions and answer their questions live on screen. That's my goal, okay? But this, you know, I thought it was good to look at this so that we could have a feel. Now, I'm going to go to Nathan's screen. Let's look at his. Did you see anything on his list that
I saw one thing missing, but I cannot remember what it is. Give me 1 second. And then the other big thing was before you add any tags to ductwork or do anything annotation-wise in the mechanical file, we need to finish the plumbing file and then copy that
Correct.
model information across to the new file.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. So all
would
that
include
makes,
well, no, I guess the schedules you could make.
yeah, I don't think it would be a bad idea because you already got the pipe schedule, right? Because you're going to use that in mechanical because you're going to have hydronic pipe. But it wouldn't be bad to make your mechanical schedule. So show us how you do that, buddy.
Okay.
Nope, not in the mechanical file. It's got to be in the plumbing file. That's the one that's our template. That's where you should have done all as that to-do list. Is that where you edited the to-do list?
Yeah.
In the plumbing file. Good.
Yeah. Okay. So, does it matter which one for the mechanical equipment?
Well, what I would want you to do is the duct.
Okay.
The duct. Actually, go to the cover sheet and we'll see what we need to make. See?
Yeah.
So we need to make we have the pipe schedule. Like I said, you will have pipes in a mechanical file. Okay? They just won't be your cold water, hot water. They're going to be heated hot water return, heated hot water supply, gas lines, other type lines are going to be in your mechanical file. That's number one. But right below the pipe schedule, we would have a duct schedule. So it should look just about like that pipe schedule. So zoom into the pipe schedule a little bit more. And pan right there, put a duct schedule right there.
Can I just copy this down?
Nope, make a duct schedule. You're going to have to make one, but look at what you're getting. Your system abbreviation, your system type, and your count.
System abbreviation, system type, and count. Duct system or just ducts?
Ducts.
And that's it, right?
Yeah, well, you don't have any ducts in this job.
Yeah.
Now, what you forgot to do is you forgot to center your abbreviation and your count.
Well, yeah,
forgot to get rid of that space. Make it line up. Stretch it so they match. There you go. Oh, that was almost a good one. I thought you had it. Move it back over so it snaps into place. Now grab that little arrow. Go up to the, just go up. No, go up to the one above where the abbreviation is.
oh, I see.
Schedule. Don't go up there. Yeah, that's what I want you to start doing. When you grab those little pointers, then you just go right over. There you go. It's not exact, but it's pretty doggone close. Now, my question to you is, why would those two schedules be smaller than your pipe equipment schedule, your plumbing equipment schedule?
They shouldn't.
All right, right. So fix all those real quick.
Okay.
That plumbing equipment schedule, you can hide the type. So double click on it. You see where it says C right above the type? Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you for doing that. Right click on there and say hide column. Okay, because we don't really need to see that for our schedule. Now
Okay.
go back to your cover sheet. Now make all those line up. Nope. No, I wouldn't stretch just that one.
I was gonna. Oh. Well, yeah.
That's the one you want to all line up with.
I got you.
There you go. Now you're catching on. Now you're catching on. Thank you. Nope. Yep.
Okay. This is gonna be a little weird. Oh, nope. Starting to get a hang of it a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. Don't worry. There's people who don't even use schedules and they've been working in Revit for 10 years. But when we're done, you're going to be like, this is really pretty awesome. All right? I like it. Now, where it says system abbreviation, you could really change system abbreviation to be the symbol, right? Then it wouldn't be so big, and then you could shrink it even a little bit smaller. But I can live with system abbreviation. That's just not typically what people call it. People would call it abbreviation or ABDREV, period. I'm saying symbol, being that when you're on your floor plan, you're going to see a blue line and you're going to put the letter CW on it. The symbol is CW.
Right. So this would
So
say
in other
symbol
words,
rather than system abbreviation.
you got it. You got it. How do you do that? Nope. You just click right on the system abbreviation. This can cause you to get confused. Right
you can
now,
just
just
rename
type
them.
in symbol. Now, just type in symbol. You can type in anything you wanted.
I didn't know you can just rename them.
Yeah. That's why I wanted to show you, buddy. That's why we're trying to get you so that you do know, because you do have a very high retention.
Cool.
See that?
Yeah. I did not know that.
Right?
Yep.
Look how nice it's starting to look. Now, what would really look nice is if they all had that same type of header text.
Yes.
So, what I want you to do.
Yeah.
Go back to that cover sheet. Let me double check something. Yep. So, if you went to the plumbing equipment schedule and you right clicked on it, what are your choices underneath that? In the browser. I'm sorry.
Oh, my bad. Plumbing
Right,
equipment.
right there. Right click. What are our choices?
I can create view template.
That's the one I'm looking for. That's the one I'm looking for, right?
Yeah.
Do that.
Can I just name it schedule?
You can. Don't do it all caps or I'll punch you in the lips.
I wouldn't. Okay.
Now, the last thing that I want you to do is on the appearance.
Yep.
The outline.
Yep. Turn that on.
Turn it on and make it wide lines. and say okay. And okay. Now, what do you think happens if we apply that view template to all of our schedules real quick? Look at that. They all match. They all got a bold line. Holy shit, this stuff's starting to look professional. Huh?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Look, it even fixed all of them.
I like it.
That's good. I'm glad you like it. Now, let's duplicate the pipe schedule. You know how to duplicate it? Right click on it over there. Yep. Nope. Just pick just the pipe schedule. Then duplicate. Yep. Perfect. All right. Now, this one's going to be our more information. So I want to add 2 fields to this, the size and the length. He thinks he's got a little sore throat. Holy fuck, I'm dying here, buddy.
You're not dying on me.
Let's put the count at the end. Let's go to our sorting and grouping. And understand, first we're going to sort by the abbreviation, then we're going to sort by the size.
Okay, I have a question because
Tell me.
we've done this before. What is this actually doing?
That is sorting. How that schedule is sorting. Do you see how we only see CW, HW, and SAN? And we got 16 cold waters, we got 9 hot waters, and we got 31 sanitary?
Yeah.
It was only sorting by the system abbreviation. Now we're going to sort by the system abbreviation and then the size. And there's only one more thing you need to do is go to formatting, and for the length, calculate the total.
Okay.
Length, calculate the total. Down at the bottom, it says no calculation. Make that say calculate total.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay.
Say okay.
Do you want to align this?
You can leave that there. You can leave that there. That's good.
All right.
And this guy's going to say pipe schedule by size. Where it says copy 1, make it say by size.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
And you see what this has done now is this has said sanitary. You've got 3-inch, you've got 6-inch, and you've got 8-inch. And more importantly, if you look right next to it, it says you got 36 feet of 3-inch.
Yeah.
It also is telling me what? It's telling me that you're going to have 8 fittings. 8 3-inch fittings, elbows, T's, those kinds of things. You see, because if you've got 9 pieces of pipe, they're connected at every location with a fitting. This would allow a person to be able to do an easier takeoff when they go to start trying to quote the job. That makes sense?
Yeah.
It allows the estimator to not have to build in fluff. He can actually see a little bit more accurate. You don't want to be held to the carpet that you drew something incorrectly, and that's a problem. So hopefully we're not going to get in trouble. Most people do get a little bit scared by that. I'm just letting you know. But the idea is if we do our pipe schedule by size and our duct schedule by size, they should also be on that cover sheet. Obviously, when we get into the electrical file, we want to do our conduit by size as well as our conduit. Okay?
Yeah.
Click once in a space or you're not going to accept that text that you typed in and you're going to lose the by size.
I'm
Just
clicking.
click on anything in white space. There you go. Nope, in the white. Can't be in the gray. There you go. It applied it.
Okay.
Now you could drag and drop that, put that guy on your sheet.
Yeah.
And that's going to go beside it. Yep. And you can see the length. All right. We want to fix that length. Can you see how it says 584.7 3/4 of an inch?
Yeah, I'll just put it right there and I'll fix it.
Nope. I want you to make those. Nope. Stretch them. I want you to round all those. Don't stretch them. Don't stretch them. They're fine right like they are. I want you to round all those numbers to the even 10 feet. How would you do that? Go to that schedule.
To the even 10 feet.
Yep. I don't want to see any inches. I just want to see that should be 580 feet of pipe.
Yep. It won't let me type.
It won't let you type.
No.
Remember where we formatted and calculated totals? Uh-huh. All right. You see conditional format? Yep. Go to the length.
Conditional format.
No, I'm sorry, field format.
Okay.
Uh-huh. Check that checkbox off. Right?
Yeah.
Round to the nearest foot.
To the nearest foot. That's an inch. That's foot.
There you go.
Cool.
Right?
Yeah. Okay. And that was, you went to formatting, length, field format.
Yep.
All right. Okay.
Now, we're going to talk about something that pisses me off about Autodesk, and who knows, maybe they fixed it, but do you see how, oh, maybe they did fix it. No, I can't tell if they did. You don't have enough pipe in there. For the size, can you field format the size and make it say decimal inches? So you can't field format the size, can you?
No.
They still didn't fix it. All right.
It's actually not letting me do field format anything.
Oh, it did just the length. That's right. The rest of them you can't. But the size you should be able to. And here I'm going to tell you why you should be able to. Because if you had a piece of 3/4 inch, why don't you go to a 3D view real quick? Okay, out of that, go to a 3D view. Outside the pipe, outside of everything, draw me a piece of 3/4 inch cold water. Show me how you do that. 3/4 inch cold water.
3/4.
That's the cold water. Yep. You could have done this at the top in the speedometer area. You see where it says diameter up there, but you can do it down there just as easily.
Yeah, and you said 3/4 inch.
Yep, 3/4 inch. Very common size. Now draw a little piece. Perfect. Now go back to your cover sheet. Now, look how it is sorting the cold water. It is sorting the size, but it's going from 2 inches to 3/4 to 1 1/4 to 1. What the fuck, AutoCAD?
Yeah, it's not really in order.
It's not really in order. And if it was decimal inches, then it would say 2.0. It would say 0.75. It would say 1.25. And all of those would be in order. There is no way to get that in order. And it's bullshit. And it's still occurring. Okay?
Yeah.
So don't forget to delete that little 1/4 inch piece of pipe. Or a 3/4 inch piece of pipe. I just wanted to show you how that works. And I'll be honest, zoom out. That is a damn sexy cover sheet. It looks really good. Okay? There's things that could be better, but that's pretty doggone good.
I'd like to touch a little bit of this up, make it look nice.
Good. Do that. You feel free to, because remember, you're going to be duplicating this for all the other disciplines. So it's best to get it as quick as best as we can. But I don't think you should make the conduit schedules till you get to the electrical model. All right. I know we did the duct one, but that's just because the two jobs I really care about are the plumbing and the duct work. Okay.
And are we gonna have a pipe schedule and a duct schedule on both mechanical and plumbing files?
Nope, not in plumbing. We won't. We'll delete it out of the plumbing one. But
Okay.
leave it on there until we duplicate it. And then once one of the first steps you're going to do, so one of your to-do list things should be delete the duct schedule from the cover sheet.
Oh, I got you. Okay, so I don't know why it took me this long to grasp it, but we're gonna use the plumbing file as our template for our schedule.
There you
so
go.
We're just gonna. All right, I got you.
You with me?
Yep.
You can also add to the mechanical part of that list, and we'll go over this a little bit better tomorrow. I know I only showed you the family a little bit, but we want to make the remaining families for the remaining equipment on mechanical.
All right, go back there because actually in that list of stuff to do, see number 6.
Yep.
Copy that over there. Copy that out. Highlight the whole. No, click in front of the number 6 and see if it selects the whole line in front of the number 6. Yep, try clicking. I think you can. There you go. Now do a Control X. See how it took the number out? Now go right in front of the S in front of setup sheets of what you've done. The red stuff.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
Right in front of the S, you said.
Right in front of the S and Control V. Ah, see the Q&A legend? Right?
Yeah.
We've got that done. We just did that.
Right. I'm sorry. I was talking about that for the mechanical side.
Well, you understand this sheet's going to be in there in the mechanical once we copy it to all places.
True. Okay. So this is like an overall then.
Yep. And
right.
and after we're done, then this will only be the plumbing, and then we'll have one for mechanical, and then we'll have one for electrical.
Right. That way we can get down to the small details.
Yep.
Okay.
Create schedule. So we did the mechanical duct. You can do the mechanical equipment on your. I'm going to leave you some of the stuff for you to do on your own.
Yeah.
You're not going to add the tags to the ductwork until we actually bring the ductwork file into this. We understand that now. How are your 8th scale and your 16th scale drawings looking?
Plumbing. Hold on, let me
No, your 901s, your 900 series. How'd that turn out? Is that where you didn't get to?
I did not get to it.
Okay, that's fine.
Like I said,
that's fine. You'll want to show us that. We'll want to all three review it before we do this duplicate, so you don't have to do it twice.
Okay. Do you want me to show you that right now?
If you haven't done anything, you don't need to show it to me.
Okay.
Let's see. Present. Stop screen. Present. Share screen. Share screen.
Only thing that I did do is change the section boxes, like the boundaries, and about yeah.
Yeah. No, I just want to see it when it's done. I want to see it when it's done. All right. So I'm going to talk to you. I don't know if you were on when me and Eric were playing with my shipping container buildings. But I want to talk to you about the most important type of family that you can write, the most sophisticated family. And that is one with an array.
An array?
An array, correct. See this guy here? Let's see if I turn this off. So a lot of times we have to array objects. This can both be for 2D and for 3D. Okay. Now what I was able to do is I've written one. It doesn't have a lot of parameters. It has a array pattern, which I called the single width. Okay, I think I'm probably gonna change that, and I'm gonna call that my array length.
All right.
And you can see that what I do is when I array an object, I can apply that repeating number, and that it becomes the array length. Okay? So what happens is if you've got an object, and you could do this with an extrusion, it doesn't work real good. It's best to do an array with a nested family. But you could draw an extrusion, and then you just pick on that extrusion and you say array, and you could come out here and notice that it says this is the second one or this is the last one. Okay? And I might say this is going to be the last one. Now what happens is if I pick on this little array number, I can actually link that to the number that are in the array, and it would put that number in there. And you see how this thing here, if it stretches, it keeps them centered. That's how an array works. So by simply writing it with a little bit of intelligence, and you see that what I did was the number of these is the length array. See, length divided by array length.
Yeah.
So that tells me if this thing is 6 feet long, when I do, you'll notice, oh, that's not the right one. Here's the length, 6 feet long. You'll notice the number that are required becomes 12. See that? And that put 12 of these guys across here to allow me to be able to adjust that. Now,
could you do the same thing? Like I've seen a lot of videos of people using that kind of formula for like deck boards and like just building decks.
Nope, wouldn't use that. I'd use the beam system with the structural elements. It's probably someone coming from an architectural. Would not do it for deck boards. Don't think that would be wise.
Okay.
I would do this for brick anchors. I would do this for mortar joints. I would do this for a lot of different things, but I can't think of a reason to do it with a deck board.
All right.
All right.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to do is to make this waffle pattern.
Right.
So in comes what we're going to do is voila. You know what that is?
That is a field photo of a tape measure. At your place.
Shipping container.
Yep.
Okay. Now what I found when looking at that shipping container, you see this welded seam right here?
Yeah.
This happens every 44 inches. Okay. Where I was drawing from like right here to right here where my knuckle is, I was drawing the one waffle pattern.
Uh-huh.
The way those containers are actually built. Oh, bugger. Did I just lose that? Escape closes out the My Pictures? That's bullshit. That's not very fun. So, what I mean by that, on the back panel, I have a repeat pattern from right here to right here to right here. So it's only actually 2 of those guys. But that's how they're actually fabricating them. When I look at it on the side view, didn't I get a good picture of the side view? The gist of it is every 44 inches right here is a seam. See that welded seam right there?
Yeah.
That happens every 44 inches. Boom, boom, boom. So what I actually want to do is I want to have my repeat pattern happen every 44 inches. Now, what happens is this object is actually another family that I made. That was just one step. What I got to do now is I got to go draw him accurately.
Right. And all the other steps.
all the other little waffle patterns. But understand, I've got two different ones. I got one for the end panel and one for the side panel. But here's the problem when you write an array. If I had this thing out here, the length only set for 3 feet, watch what's going to happen. Uh-oh, parameter has an invalid value. What's the invalid value? You can't have an array with 1. They solved this problem in 2025, but we're not working in 2025 yet, so I'm going to show you how we resolve that. What we're going to do is we're going to say, I can copy the word length, I think. Nope, you can't copy it. Interesting. I don't remember that you couldn't copy that. Well, we can type it. We're going to say if. When we write an if statement, we're going to say if length, and it's absolutely critical that you have the same uppercase, lowercase. And I'm going to say if the length is less than, I'm going to type the number 1 in right now. Now I'm going to say comma. Now I'm only using that 1 for a placeholder. I could actually say 44 inches, right? If the length is less than 44 inches, I'm sorry, is greater than 44 inches, use my true value, which is length divided by the array, and then I'm going to put in a comma, and I'm going to say if the length is less than 44 inches, use the number 2. Okay? So what's going to happen now is if we stretch our family and we make this 3 feet, you'll notice it did not eat my array up. Okay? But what it did is it told it, and you had to do this with the old version. Like I said, you don't have to do it anymore. They finally resolved it in 2025. I just don't see that being enough value in 2025 for me to upgrade. So instead, what we do is we create this error catch, and that's what that is. It's making it so if the length isn't long enough to allow 2 pieces in the array, it's saying force it to be at least 2 objects. So the array never eats itself. But then what you need to do is you need to come in here to this guy, and we need to edit this. When you make it into an array, it becomes a group. If we go into that group and we say that this object's visibility, and I'm just going to call this multiple, and I do believe it needs to be an instance, and we'll do an other. So now what happens is, see that multiple right there? I'm going to say that's only true if what? If the length is greater than 3'8". Now, I shouldn't really do the 3'8". What I should do is I should say the array length. All right? And the reason being, which is going to be the same number, the same what we typed in, but now if I change the array length, it's automatically going to do that. Okay? And what I'm saying is, if the length is greater than the array length, Control C, then the multiple objects, I guess, yep, that's right, that's correct. See how it turned it off? Because my length is 3 foot. So my length is not greater than my length array. So what's going to happen is it's going to turn those objects off. Now you don't get to see that in the actual family. Okay? But like I said, this is just an error. This is just an error catch. Then what I got to do is I got to make another visibility parameter. And what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to tab into that. And I'm going to copy this guy down here just so we can see it. This guy's visibility, which is set right now to be multiple, this guy's going to be if it's a single. Okay? So he's going to get turned on whenever the up multiple gets turned off. See single? And all I'm going to do is say, oh, I got to make this an instance parameter. Understand, you will use this process over and over for repeating chairs, for anything that you're going to do when you're making a parametric family that has an array built into it, which, let me tell you what, they're extremely powerful. So if we say, if it's not multiple, NOT, what happens is it's going to get turned on. Notice if I go to 6 feet, notice the multiple gets turned on and the single gets turned off. See what I'm doing there?
Yeah.
Make sense?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay. So that's the proper way to write an array before 2025. We're using the length, we're using the array length, and then we're using these couple equations right here. Okay? So all I need to now do is build my 40-inch panel and my 42-inch panel. So if I went into this guy, you're going to see he was nice and small. And what I had actually done was I said, oh, this was a 44-inch length, right? And that's going to stretch it real wide like we saw. That's not really what I want to do. So instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this guy here, and I'm going to Control-C, copy that to the clipboard. Now I'm going to do this and say 44. And say, okay. I can take this extrusion, delete that out, paste in at 0. Now what I found was this is actually like the middle, right? It's like right there. There's actually a seam on the welding container, on the shipping container. So I want to show that. And what I do is I just need to copy this guy. How can I copy it? Well, actually, that's a lie. Let's test him out. Let's see. From here to there. So now if I look at my picture and find my picture that shows me what's going on down there, I think it was right there. So I can see that it goes from, I think there was another picture. Hold on. So I can see right here that this is approximately 1 3/4 inches deep. And right here, I can see this was this edge. It is 11 inches from rib to rib. Okay. So I'm going to go back in there and I want to get 11 inches. So we might go here. We'll go 11 inches. Oh, that went 11 feet. No, it didn't. There's my 11-inch line. So essentially, this stuff goes over to here. This one here, I think I said 1 3/4. See how I'm trying to show you how I actually model. So picking this two, saying activating the dimension. Now I made it one. Go ahead.
Wouldn't it be the outside edge? You have the inside edge, right?
Yeah, that stuff is so thin that it's really both edges.
Okay.
Okay. You got a valid point.
It just looks a little thicker on the on the model. That's all.
No, well, what's happening on the model is this here. really needs to be rotated around more. Like that. Okay, if I go back and look at that, you're going to see how that's really. So what do we got? We got about from here to here, we got 8.5 inches. We got 2.5 inches. Let's see if we can make that happen. So what we're saying is from here to out here is approximately 2.5 inches. So it's even rotated more than that. Let's try rotating that a little bit more. I can live with that. How close are we? That's a little bit too much. Let's rotate it back just a hair. Remember, this isn't an exact science. All right, this does not have to be exact what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to make it about 2.5 inches. If I really wanted it to be exactly 2.5 inches now, I could say, I think you can pick this whole thing, activate the dimension. Nope, it's not going to let that one be activated because I don't have good clean geometry. So this is much closer to what's supposed to be drawn. Now, out here, we got issues. I want to know how wide this is supposed to be across here. So if we look here, this is right at about 11. 1, 2, we'll call it 2.5 inches out there. So that tells me if I went and drew a line, copied that line over 2.5, that's 1.25 inches. I should be mirroring these two creatures right around that. Trimming this up. See, that's that 2.5. Let's see. And then I think that next one we said was about 2.5. We've got it about 2.25. Then there should be really these two lines should be mirrored about that. Now, what is a repeat from one to the other? We said it goes from approximately 3 to approximately 11. That's about 8 inches. Okay. So draw this last little line in here. Trim this guy up. Copy this guy over 8 inches. Okay, that tells me all of this stuff just needs to nudge over to right about there. Okay, now I can take all of this, copy this 8 inches.
Your offset's a little bit fatter on the front, that front bump out, the bottom bump out.
This?
That distance is offset differently than the other two sides.
Why do you say that?
Just visibly, you can see it.
When I go back to the picture, you mean?
No, I'm saying I can see that the thickness of what you've drawn there.
I see you. I see. You're saying, what Eric's saying is this should be 1/4 inch. This should be 1/4 inch.
Yeah,
He's
but that
saying
one's
this
not.
is not 1/4 inch. Very nice, Eric. Thank you much. I should let you watch me all day long. Then I'd never have any problems.
Hmm.
All right, let's see if we can take a look at this before we go copying it. So the way that I've got it drawn right now, to me, it looks like, you know what I want? I want that 8 inches that we said for our repeat pattern. Copy 8 inches. I'm going to go back and look at my photo, and I'm going to say this here looks roughly about the same distance there, which means in Revit, if I would have went like this and went wiggle, 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 wiggle to sort of share this size out here. Now I've got it 2 1/8. Let's see how that ends up looking up. Delete. Copy that. Actually, you really only need those ones. Copy that, 8 inches. I guess it joined them. Still don't like that. I personally think this thing should be rotated just a hair more, or a hair less, I mean. Let's try that. Let's take these two guys, mirror that. Yep, I think that's going to work just fine for me. You'll notice I'm going to take all this other crap away. Take all of this. I'm going to give that one little wiggle and then copy that. Oh, from here to there. Copy that 8 inches. I think that looks a little bit more realistic. Oh, it's definitely going to be more accurate than anyone's ever built a shipping container. That then would allow me to then say this. Now I copy from here, and I'm going to say, see, this is where I went to the 44. I'm just going to say copy, and Nathan's going to say, why aren't you doing an array, Brian? And I'm going to say, because the array command's not available when we're in sketch mode. Pieces of shit, Autodesk. So instead, I do the array with, or the copy with a multiple, and then I just type in 8 inch, enter, 8 inch, enter, 8 inch, enter, 8 inch, enter. Which means all of our little bits that we're off, all of the little bits that we're off is going to set us up so that that panel's not breaking like it should be. This, in other words, this line right here should be breaking exactly into that. So this is where the real magic comes in, all right? I'm going to show you. If we took this and mirrored this like this, it would have put it right out there. I could then move this guy in here. Because remember, I told you, I knew it was a little bit off. But watch this trick. I can take from here, and I can say scale all of that. From here to here, I need to be 44 inches. Ah, right? Now I can actually check my numbers and see if my numbers are, see, I lost my 3/4 inch. But remember, I didn't measure any of that accurately. It was all field drawn. I can pull this. You see how that works? So maybe it's pulling it too much. I could pull one there. Or you could say activate your dimensions. One 3/4. Now that's my new waffle pattern. Okay. So let's see how this goes into the project now. That's going to probably go into my It's probably named family 14. Nope, not family 14. Try again. Not family 14. There it is, container corrugation. That's why it becomes so important to name those things worth a damn. And you'll see what happens is these guys are only available. They would not actually be visible. Okay, so all I'm going to do now is I'm going to pull this back so those two are right on top of each other, and let's look how this guy works in the project. That's going to be this project. Load him into the project. This is going to be my container framing. Yep, container framing. Overwrite. Delete type. Oi. So that's not what I was expecting. What is this guy name? Container corrugation. Load into container framing. Oh, I know why. I know why. The reason that happened is because when I did that overwrite, all right, this is one of those times where I need to say use the new parameter values. Okay, so this is one of the few times I should have to pick that. Now, if I go in there, that's still not looking the way I was expecting it to look. What is going on? Do we have two families? So this should be 3/8 or 3/8, and it's not. Ah, that's coming from somewhere else. Container corrugation. Container corrugation. Why does that not say the right thing? Edit to type. Right there. That should say 3/8. It's not overriding it for some reason. All right, I'm baffled. Let me come down here to families, generic models. I'm going to just temporarily rename this guy. Could it be this one? Yep, that's it. That was my problem. So now you see, if I take that garbage out and put this garbage in, oh, that's just one piece. What's going on, Brian? What's going on? Let's see if we rename this. Rename, blah, blah. Take this guy and load him into the container framing. Ah.
Did it break?
No, this is one of those tricks with the naming. See, I don't think you want corrugated pattern in here. We delete that. All right. If we take this guy, container corrugation is what he says. If I load him in, I think I was highlighted in the wrong one. Families. Oh, am I in a Revit file? Yeah, I'm in the Revit file. I don't want to be in the Revit file. I want to be in this family 14. That's where my problem was. This needs to get loaded into 14. Stupid Brian. Yep. And that's the problem with nested families. So you saw it right here. It happens to the best of them. Now understand, I can take that guy. And if this is true, if I go out to that 8 inches, so that means it must be a little bit under that 44 inches. This might be like 43 inches, and I'll play with that on my own. What I want to do is draw the other guy. Like I said, this one here, you'll notice these are much steeper in here. And if you look, this is the end panel I cut off. You see how it's just 2 panels. Sort of dumb to make this an array, but I'm going to make it an array. Oh, man, it just closed that file out again. Damn it. This thing's about making me angry. And this was what I was going to use. Really? Edit your images using AI? So it looks to me, if we go from 6 to 16, this looks, see what happens is these are probably all made metric, because most of the shipping containers are probably not made in America. If it's not made in America, that's where it's coming from. So I have to play just a little bit with my repeat sizes. But what I'm after is letting you see that. You see how much steeper this pattern is in here?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to make that second pattern, and on top of it being steeper, that end, I found that it repeated here to 40. It was right there is where it was repeating at. Okay, so the second one that I need to make, and this is where you will screw the pooch. I come in here. This is my container corrugation for my sides. And I'm renaming it in that family. Now I'm just going to go back and fix these guys here, which of course we can fix. I want this one, and I'm going to change this to the 40 to see what happens, because it's going to be bad. Watch what happens. This is going to be terrible. See how it,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Because of these 2 reference planes, when they moved, they grabbed stuff around them. Just want you to understand. Let's see. So if we know that that's 40, we can count. We got 1 hump, 2 hump, 3 hump, 4 humps in 40 inches. So that means about 10 inches. So if we edit this extrusion, take all that stuff away, we know this is going to approximately be 10 inches. That's going to be approximately where the repeat pattern is going to happen. Look at that guy, didn't they change from 1/4 inch too? Hey. I thought this was pretty unique. A lot of people don't realize that I can rotate that and keep that. See how it keeps those endpoints together? You can't do that with CAD. Did you
So when
know
you're
that, Eric?
rotating like that, it's not changing the thickness.
Nope. You want me to check it?
Nope.
Oh, it did change the thickness. You're right. It would change the thickness if you're rotating it like that. You're right. 1/4 inch.
Would there be a way to rotate it without changing any of the values? Could you rotate it in the properties box?
If you did it without it being joined to those other objects and then trimmed them again.
Oh, okay.
It's because they're joined. It's holding both edges.
Right,
That's
and
exactly right.
And kind of morphing the others.
That's correct. And that was a very good catch, Eric. That was a very good catch. Let's see. We said this should be approximately 10 inches.
I couldn't tell for sure, but when you had finished your other one, and you fit it to that 44-inch array, I couldn't tell, but it seemed like the top pieces, the one on the outside, were also different sizes from before because you had rotated them again. I didn't want to say anything.
I'll check them. By all means, I will check them.
I just didn't know. I didn't want to give you misinformation.
No, that's fine. Let's see. We should be able to copy all of that. 10 inches. Get these two guys away. And you know the other time that it's changing that, Eric, on that size is when I do the scale.
Yep, absolutely.
Right?
I was gonna say that when you did it, but I figured you weren't concerned about the thickness at that point.
I mean, you understand I'm not super concerned about that. Because if you were to go get any shipping container made anywhere else, it wouldn't be this accurate. Most people haven't put the time into making it this accurate. And on top of it, that thickness of that material isn't actually 1/4 inch. But
Yeah.
I've always told you don't draw less than 1/4 inch. Now, if I wanted, if someone was being a pain in the butt, and Eric said it's got to be 1/4 inch, I would delete that and that. I would take this and I would tab that and delete it. I would come in here to offset. I'd set my number to be 1/4 inch. Oh, too many quotes. That's the first time I've ever done that in my life. Right. Now notice I set the 1/4 inch. I click once in white space, then I hover, tab, and enter. Now they're all exactly 1/4 inch. Okay, that was just to prove to those people like Eric who want to be real exact buggers. So let's double check it. If I pick on that, oh, look, 1/4 inch. Pick on that, oh, look, 1/4 inch.
So
Pick on this one, oh, look, 1/4 inch.
Couldn't you just draw your main line then and then do that?
You could, absolutely. I'm just trying to show you the different ways to do it.
Yeah.
Didn't I say that there was 4 humps in the picture?
Yeah. 4
1,
every
2, 3, inches? 4. Yep. So this is much more accurate than anything we've got. We take this guy, we load him, and this is where it gets tough. When you've got these 3 or 4 families opened, is you really want to be careful how you're naming him. He goes into container corrugation. Okay. Now it's the steppy one. However, we don't want this to be 44 inches. We want this to be 40 inches. And you'll see that if I actually made it, my length of it 40 inches, not 40 feet, 40 inches, you should find that green line should land right. Oh, no, 80 inches. I would need 2 of them. 80 inches. That should fall right on the end of that one. So if I then load this into my family 14, which is really what should have been named, now I can take and I can draw this guy back here more accurately.
Ryan, I'm stepping out for a few minutes.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine. So, all I've got to do is a little bit of math. It's not, obviously, I'm a little bit off on the 40 and a little bit off on the other one. But what then ends up happening, let's see, if we delete this. I could mirror this guy over to there. We're going to then push this into the container framing.
You know,
And say okay.
I haven't used the mirror command, but it seems pretty useful for building families.
Yep. All right. See, and what happens is the way that I actually made that family, I had some things hidden, is those only show up when you're in a medium or detail. See that?
Yeah.
Now I can see if I come down here, we've got container, we've got family 14. Oh, I know. In this guy here, I didn't attach those. If I go to the front view, if I said align this upper level to here, nope, I know what it is. This guy here, edit type, needs to be not 6 inches tall or 6 feet tall, but right here, 6. Oh, it did do it. Snap that, lock that, go to the left. Got to be in a detailed. Well, you don't actually have to be in a detailed. Snap that, lock that, and snap that one, lock that. Now, if I load it into the project, okay. I don't know why that one looks like it didn't snap and lock. Left. In order to test those, you have to take that upper level and move them. Yep, I didn't hit the lock. Oh, I didn't. There you go. I didn't get it to the right one. There you go.
Oh, yeah, you probably just moved it up to the line, not the reference plane.
Yep. This needed to go up to there and lock. Now load it into the project. That should fix that little top piece up there. And then the beautiful part is now I've got this shipping container built a little bit more accurate. Understand, I've got to work out those. I'm going to go work out those kinks for those actual sizes here and here. But then on top of it, what I've got is this guy here is a window or a door. Now, if I try to put that window or that door in, you'll notice it's sort of, if I zoom in real close, it can put that in at an angle. See how that put that in at an angle? Where what I wanted to do was I actually want to go to course mode. Then when you put it in, it can't go in at the angle because there's only a surface there. There's only a surface there. Oh, that one's too big.
Right, I see, because when you're in the medium mode, it gives you more detail.
It gives you more detail, correct?
More faces.
Correct. But even though you've placed it in detail mode, when you go back to the other mode, it's put that in there.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah. Wouldn't you want to go back and like double check and see if it's like landing on the grooves you might want? Because
that's why I got to do, because actually that's exactly what I want to do. Because there's going to be a point here where when I'm designing this container thing, I've got these inserts that are going to need to go, that the tube steel is going to need to fit right in the slot of that wafer.
Yeah.
Okay? And in order to make that work, you're exactly right on what you're saying. I need that to be a little bit more exact. Most people don't need it to be that exact, but I do, because I want to have someone fabricate those things so I can just cut the hole and slip this channeled thing into the hole.
Mm-hmm.
And the whole reason that this occurs, I'll show you why this occurs. This is why this occurs. Here's the problem. Architectural component. Load of family. If anyone's doing shipping container design, they might get a kick out of this. So we're going to go to furniture, beds, and they've got a bed standard. Here's the problem with a shipping container house. You don't have enough room to get past the bed. Now, if this bed was made correct, I should be able to turn this into a king-size bed. My design that I have is the bed or the desk of a room in a shipping container needs to sort of sit like this. So if you can imagine, let's see if we put this on level 1 instead of level 2.
Right. So you're cutting like a quarter off the bed.
Well, no, what I'm doing is the bed is actually going to stick out this opening, and what's going to be out there, let's see if I can do, all right. My thinking is I'm going to build an actual wall out of, not a curtain wall, not a curtain wall, but like a regular, right?
Yeah, I see. I see.
You see where I'm going is I want to build a wall like this.
Almost kind of like what campers do to fit beds.
Exactly what campers do. Thank you for saying it like that, because I want to basically create a slide out. That's exactly what I want to do. Those guys there, this is going to go up about 1.5 feet. Right?
Yeah.
Obviously, the bed will not have the frame go out there like that. And then on top of it, architectural, create a roof. Sure. Bing, bing, bing. Now, you might, I'm thinking that I'm not going to put that slope on there. I'm thinking this will probably be a 6-inch overhang. And remember, you can use some wall-faced objects and some other. Oh, there you go. Trim these two together. Finish that. I'm going to do an XX so we can actually see how he's going. Oh, I made a mistake. This guy's not going to define a slope. And this guy's probably going to be like 3 or 412, because it's probably going to be a metal roof. Unfinish. So then my thinking is, if that's the top of the shipping container, let's go with a little bit thinner roof than that. Do we have anything smaller? How about that one? Now the idea is you take that down to just below the top of the shipping container, so I can run some metal flashing to keep the water from leaking back into there. And what we're going to do is take all of this, but you're exactly right. It's nothing more than a slide out is all I'm trying to do.
Yeah.
And yield me enough room inside my shipping container.
Yeah, that'd be perfect.
Right?
Yeah.
And see, I'm thinking if I make a tube steel metal frame to hold all that up, I can have them make me 6 or 7 of those. And just imagine when I've got my overall Because you got to see that what I'm doing is I'm stacking 2 shipping containers here,
Yeah.
2 shipping containers here. Now all I got to do is where I want the bed to pop out, put the bed pop outs. Like I said, that could be 2 different things. It could also be, if you didn't want that bedroom to be a bedroom, if you wanted that to be an office for my area across the street, I could put my desk in there in that little window pop out.
Yeah. Or you could make it a little bit longer and do like a little extended kitchen.
Interesting.
I mean, you could do that. You could do that. That slide out for a lot of things just to create room.
Yeah. 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 You know what?
I wouldn't.
I should go to some RV shows. You're exactly right.
I wouldn't restrict it just to the beds or like offices.
Will understand what I want to build across the street, which this is the one I want to build across the street.
Right.
I want to build 5 bedrooms for my 5 daughters in those shipping containers.
Yeah.
And then I want to build a commercial kitchen. Okay. So I'm not looking to try to make it like a living room / kitchen. Almost one whole shipping container is going to be a commercial kitchen, commercial bar with a big walk-in freezer. Because my idea is to have weddings at this place.
Huh.
Okay, because my daughters are going to start to get married, and if they can each have their own apartment room, because that's what it's going to basically be, is an apartment and an apartment, so that when they come into town, they're not staying in their old bedroom. They actually got like an efficiency. And there will be a little kitchenette in this area. So you have a kitchenette and a bathroom and your bedroom. However, if you all want to hang out together, you can do it in this great room. And this great room should be able to accommodate somewhere around 100 people, size of a damn wedding. And we have to have this built by May. So I hope you're ready to get your real hands dirty. And I hope your dad's ready to come back out and help me run ductwork once I get these drawings done.
I'm sure he will be.
Huh?
I'm sure he will be ready.
You think he'll come back to me?
Yeah, absolutely.
He'll come back and help me out?
Yeah, no problem. For sure.
All right. So, one of the things we got to do you ever want to build a piece of land? Contours? This is my land. This is my mountain. And I have
everything in yellow or just a portion of it?
Oh, I'll show you. Let me go back here. My piece of land is this 20 acres right here.
Okay.
Okay. From right here to right here is 900 feet in elevation. You're going up 900 feet hill. My road goes up a 900-foot hill to get all the way up to here where these shipping containers are going to sit. However, I could really use someone to help me trace all of these contours.
I remember the first class that I got into, like the first stream that you were doing that I hopped into. You were doing this with Tyler.
Yep, and guess what? I traced this whole thing out, and I hit finish, and I was like, man, I am a rock star. This is going to look incredible. And I'm like, holy shit, that mountain's steep. Do you know why? I'll show you why. It's right down here. From here to here is supposed to be 1,000 feet, and I only had it 100 feet.
Whew.
So I was off scale. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And if you blow that scale and do all your tracing, you're bumming. So now I get to trace it all again. All that stuff that you saw me do with Tyler, I get to do again. How's that for awesome?
That's
a bummer?
I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm sorry.
Well, you will be sorry because you're going to need to do some topo.
Oh, yeah.
Honestly, I'm probably not going to let you do this one. Okay? That's fine.
It seems kind of grueling, but I think I'll have a little bit of fun with it in the beginning.
Well, I'll be honest with you. That's what I'm fixing to start doing right now. Is I want to build this land because this is a grueling, no-brainer task. What you have to remember is sometimes, especially when you're doing a 12 or 14 or 16 or 18 or 32-hour day, there's going to be certain parts of your day where your brain's not going to be real sharp. That's me right now. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not me missing the scale on these two things here. I was expecting that a little bit, but I'm not sharp enough to fix that scale with my headache and everything that I've got going on. So instead, I'm going to go in here and I'm going to trace this guy. And I'm hoping that Eric could maybe watch you for a little bit, hold your hand while I'm clicking. And maybe here in about a half hour, I'll have something to show you guys if you guys don't mind working together to try to accomplish that stuff.
I don't mind.
That's fine.
Are you okay with that?
That's fine.
So, Nathan.
Yeah.
Let's try to get through a little bit of your to-do list. I would really like to get it so that we could duplicate these plumbing files today, because tomorrow I'd like you to try to populate that plumbing with your domestic cold water and most of your sanitary so that these schedules are really looking sharp and people are like, do we really have 2,200 feet of pipe in this new job? And everyone says, how the hell did you do that? We really have this job in a good position. Let's see if we can't get wrapped up with the plumbing today, or let's say by noon tomorrow, so that we can duplicate it and change all the plumbing to mechanical, change all the plumbing to coordination, change all the plumbing to electrical, change all the plumbing to fire protection. So we're then ready to go. Sound decent?
Yeah.
So I'm going to sort of turn the volume down. I will be listening lightly to you guys, but see if you can't do stuff for about an hour, and then we'll say goodbye together. After about, you got an hour in you, Eric?
I might be able to make an hour, maybe 45 minutes.
All right, my throat's really roached. I don't know that I can talk much more, and I think I want to do a little bit of tracing. I am happy with some of what I did. So,
Nathan, I'd say you want to get those 3D views finished out.
Yeah. So the 8 scale, 16 scale?
8 scale and 16 scale, yeah.
Okay. All right. Let me get rid of that. Okay. Those are the ones on the sheets. We got.
I don't know what you finished. I don't know if we've got all the views looking exactly the same, if they've been view templated already.
No, I don't think so. Hold on. Give me one
Okay,
second. I'm just going to open all of them.
Let's get everything on the sheets first.
I want to see what I got. Okay.
And we need to do that dash line style.
Yes.
Put that on your to-do list right now. Go do that right now, if you don't mind.
Yep.
Create dash line style for stack diagrams.
I have them add the fire rating, making the fire rated wall show up too. Do you hear me?
Yep.
Dash line style for what?
The next one is going to be fire rating visibilities.
Firewall visibilities.
Yeah, fix firewall visibilities.
Okay. Right.
And then the one above it is create dash line style for stacking isometrics.
All right. I
think we said we were gonna have to tilt this guy a smidge more.
yeah, that's what I'm thinking anyway. So he told me to tilt it up here in this with this.
No, this is where you want to do your shift and then do your pan straight up.
Okay.
You want to click in the view.
Yeah, I'm in it.
And you want to do your orbit straight up.
Right. I feel like that's inconsistent though. Is there a way to get it exact? Because like
No.
my hand will shake.
No, I know what you're saying. Mine does too.
Okay.
You just really want to go a little bit. I think that was pretty close. Maybe a smidge more.
Down or up?
No, actually, I think you're good there.
Okay. And then.
So before you fix the section boxes and that stuff, apply that tilt to all of them. Make sure they stack, and then we can clean up the borders.
Yeah. What happened?
You did a center wheel click, would be my guess, and it took you out to the zoom extent. Something has got its crop boundary turned off. It doesn't go until you drag the cursor back off the house sometimes.
Oh, okay.
I think the bottom one can still even go down a little bit too.
Yeah.
You should be fine. You might have been fine at the other angle.
Huh.
Drop it close. Now try it. It's not. It's not getting it.
It got something. So yeah, it's snapping right there.
Yeah, but that's not right. Huh.
I don't exactly know. Oh.
Is its crop boundary turned off? No, that shouldn't matter.
He's got too many things that are close to centered, but not quite.
Oh, so he would drag them all off and start again, make sure they're all snapped tight?
Exactly.
Okay.
I'd get them all in line and then do the nudges up and down. That way you're not. It's still not wanting to find that. Try it with one of the other floors.
The angle must not be matching. If it's not finding it, it's because the angle of the view is not set to the home. Come off.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I didn't see that before. Yeah, you were right. Okay.
I think you're probably going to be able to leave a little more space than what you've got between them.
You know, leave about like that much?
Yeah, because you're going to see when you get to the next. No, that's too much. Oh,
yeah,
you're
yeah.
Gotcha.
Yep. About that much. Might be a little bit too much, but that's okay.
Yeah, you're going to have to. Sorry about that.
No, you're okay. Start from the bottom one. Yeah, looks good.
Mm-hmm. If you select all of them and then take your border out of your filters, select everything and take your border out of your filters. Are you just going to get all the views? That's fine. I just want you to have all 6 views.
Yeah, I got them. Oh, I have 5.
Go to where it says, oh no, yeah, that's all. That's all I was saying to do. Just turn title block off.
Yeah, I didn't get all 6.
Go to where it says on your properties where it says viewport no tagged.
Viewport no tag.
Up at the top.
Oh,
the very
yeah,
top one.
Yeah, I see it.
Click that one and call it viewport 1. That's going to give you your sheet titles. Remember, you're going to have to get these crop boundaries fixed. And then you're probably going to have to drag them back on the sheet, and then everything will be where you need it to be.
Okay.
Remember, that first time you're lining those up, you're making sure everything fits. You know you're going to have to drag them on the sheets once you get the crop boundaries set.
Yeah, and just so I know, these copies, are these for the other files? We're just gonna throw them into the other files?
No, that was so you could have the ones those are the 3 per sheet.
Yeah.
You still have to go and looks like you have to put a bunch of those on a sheet yet.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to change the name. I don't know if he wants to change that from copy 1 to something else.
Yeah, we want to probably name that more like isometric plan. So you're going to take all those there that are named copy. Yep. And you're going to rename where it says isometric plan or isometric level and make it say isometric plan level. Oh, yeah, that's good. That's good. That's it. That's it. Right. Then copy that.
Oh, yeah. Copy. Paste.
Put the word plan in between them. Say apply. Now take the word copy 1 off. So now do a space copy 1. Get rid of the space. So go to the A. There you go. But get that space in there too. Put the space and say apply new values.
All right, they're all still selected.
That was because you selected the roofs on that one. You didn't say roof plan.
Oh.
So therefore, when you were going to rename those, they were going to have the exact same name. That was why.
Okay, so you want me to take these out, then take the roofs out? Or no?
No, you got to make them have that say roof plan area A, roof plan area B.
Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, I'm an idiot. There we go. Okay, now I can take the copy out. Leave the space. Cool. Okay. These are my overalls. Do we have a? That's these, right? For the 16th.
Say it again.
That's these, right? For the overalls.
Yep.
Okay. Can I copy all these to clipboard, delete, and then paste to align to current view?
No, it won't fix the things the way you think it will.
No. So I have to go back and change all this exactly again?
Yep, but make sure you crop those things and set your crop views up the way you want them.
Okay. I could probably pull that in more. Yeah. Is this like a must do for all your sheets, especially for like the ones that have 3D views?
It's
Clean
the
up.
3D views that you need to get. I mean, you should definitely keep your crop boxes. We've got one I think that's a little bit stuck out the front on one of our plans, but you should keep your crop boxes tight.
All right. I'll go back through and turn all those off. Because you don't want the section box on, do you?
No, if we think we're done with this view, those views you can turn them off.
Okay. And I would have to go into each view and do a VV, wouldn't I?
No, you could do a view template for those six files if you wanted. And you can select all 6 of them and turn their crop visibility region off in the properties box.
Properties box. Oh, I see. This one.
The visibility of it, not the cropping of it. Yep, that one. Sorry, I was too far away from the screen to be able to read it.
No, you're good. And then
that one you'll either have to go in and do a VV and shut the crop boundary off. I don't really have a problem with it staying on. There's not too much clutter. It's not going to print. But if Brian would prefer it off, that's fine.
Okay, I'll just leave it then. That we can get other stuff done. So I'll delete these, huh? Delete these and then redo them.
Delete them and pull them all back on, and you should be good. You still have to tighten up the title blocks or the title things just a little bit, but you know how to do that pretty quick.
Yeah. All right, delete.
The reason is you have 4 of those titles that were down low, and you could probably very easily clean them up just as fast.
Yeah, I did not mean to do that.
But if you accidentally drag the wrong one, you're hosed.
Yeah, I did not mean to do that.
Would you do all 6 at once?
Yeah.
I didn't even know you could do that.
Oh, does it keep that same?
The same center point should be there, yeah.
I was just I didn't know if it kept the same height or not. If it remembered that.
No, it didn't. It did not remember its location on the page.
It's okay. It shouldn't take me forever to fix that. Okay. That looks fine. Okay. I'll go back and fix the lines. All right. Looking good?
Yep.
Okay. And I'll just have to go back and do that to every sheet. Oh God. Okay.
Well, no. Remember, most of your other sheets on the higher version are not done. Some of these are done, I think, aren't they?
I think I did this one. This one is done. Yeah. This one. I think these are done.
Yep. We said that
These
was
are the
good.
ones that are not done.
Correct.
Okay. And yeah, I did go back and I fixed the C. I put the C's over here.
I would close the ones that you're done with.
Yep. Okay. We wanted to keep this transparency and underlay, right? I think we did.
I can't remember which one we finalized on. I think you already applied it to all of them.
Hopefully.
What you have to fix now is you have to fix the angles of the other ones
Isometric plan.
and get them on the sheets.
Yeah. Okay. So I need to create more sheets then.
And I don't know if you've done the crop boundaries. It looks like you've done the crop boundaries for these already.
I've done the section boxes, but I haven't really. Hold on.
Remember, in order to turn the crop boundary off, you just need to select the 3 views.
Right. Now that's something I was having a problem with. Why is this like picture frame so
That's
big?
because your crop boundaries are too big right now.
Huh, okay.
They're actually already visibly turned off, it looks like, right?
Yeah.
One of your crop boundaries is too big. I think it's the top one. Doesn't look like it's even applied to it.
It looks fine.
One of them's not cropping then. Is it actually being told to crop?
I don't know. I don't know how to check that.
It's the one. It's the one beside the.
Select them all. Select them all in your browser.
Okay. That's
Uh-huh.
all A.
Select that whole run. Select the whole run then.
Okay.
They're not all the same. You see how they're grayed out?
Yeah.
Crop view, visible.
Uh-huh.
So that's telling you that some of them are not cropped and some of them are cropped. Some of them have the crop view visible and some of them don't. So you're saying you want to see the crop and you want the crop to be applied. So click on the crop 2 times, the checkbox once, now one more time. Now they're all cropping. Go ahead and that would turn them all visible. Now
Okay.
you'll see. Pull your cursor on the space.
Yeah.
Now
Click.
you can see which one's too big.
No, they're all fine. One of the, I think the top one didn't have it applied to crop.
That's
Okay.
exactly right. That's exactly right. But you see what I'm saying is you guys are talking about should you turn the crop on or turn the crop off? Listen, before we duplicate it, we're going to select everything and turn the crop boundaries off for all the stuff. Now, if you got to go do additional sheet setup, you just need to know, select all your views and turn the crop visibility back on. Okay, it's not a view template move. It's just to select them in the browser, turn the view on, turn it off.
Okay.
So in other words, before I give a file to someone, I select all those views and turn all the crop visibilities off. That way, as they go from sheet to sheet, it doesn't look all boogery like that. Now, that's not the same with the section box. You have to do that with a create view template and turn it off.
Yeah. Okay. While you're here, did you want to do anything with the naming of the sheets? How did you want to do that?
I want you guys to name them, and then I'll look at them, and then we'll change them if we need be.
Okay.
I'm clicking my ass off on the other screen.
All right.
What is it named now?
It's just unnamed. P905D, P905E.
It's going to be called the plumbing isometric plan level 0 through. Well, that's a lot. See,
Go in that direction. Go in that direction. You're never going to get perfect. You could probably say that plan. I like what you were saying. Say lower building, upper building.
Okay, plumbing isometric plan lower building.
Plumbing isometric.
And all I did was get that from your view titles.
You said plan building?
Lower building.
Lower building.
Actually, we got to call it area A.
There you go. You got it. You want to
Isometric
look
plan
and look at
area
the
A.
title, bud. Look at the title that's on the sheet.
Yeah.
Look at the. See, you shouldn't be renaming it that way. That's not how you should rename it.
You should have copied and pasted.
Yeah, you should have copied and pasted and taken off the level 0, and instead said lower level, upper level.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, there you go. Now I'm hoping.
Can I do it like this? Like, would this be okay?
Yes. It just takes longer. You want to get in the habit of doing the other.
Right. And what the hell?
Look at what you did to the number. That looks like horse donkey. Why'd that do that? Because you put all of that as the sheet number when you were renumbering it. Remember when you go to where you renumbered that thing?
Reading.
That little window that was up. That little window that was up a second ago. Pull it up again.
I just went to rename.
Yeah, well, look where you put it all in the number, not in the name.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah. I see.
This time Revit's not stupid. It's somebody else.
Yep. You're right.
I'm teasing you, man. I do appreciate you guys putting this effort in.
You're okay. I get it.
I'm a little cranky and a little testy, and I'm clicking my ass off.
That's fine. I appreciate the yeah. Okay. Take out level 0. Isometric area B. That's what we had, right?
Now remember the lower building, the lower 3 floors, we're going to call it lower building, and the upper 3 floors, we're going to call it upper building.
Okay. Before or after area B? Isometric area B, lower.
Right after area B.
Yeah, it sounds better. This will be lower? Yeah, lower.
Yep, 0 through 3 will be lower.
Lower building. And this one needs to be changed. Area A. Lower building. Okay. All right, now I need level C. Or, yeah, area C.
Did you already do area B?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Did both of them?
Oh, no, you're right. You're right. You are right. I gotta do area. Yeah, I gotta do the upper level. Okay.
Those numbers are needed. Did you start? We got the numbering convention before you make your next sheet. Actually, delete that sheet. Well, yeah, delete that. Not that one. It's the one that's unnamed. Let's get our numbering convention. So it was 900. See, did you choose 905? No.
No, it just generated it by itself.
Just call it 901. Balls 901A. But then we got 2 of them. Scroll up just a little bit. Let me see what else is above there. Hit the minuses on some of those so I can just see some numbers beside each other. And go one. Okay, 900A is that. 900A is the whole thing. So it'll be 901A1 and A2. I don't love that. Because you're going to need one for the lower building and one for the upper building. 901A. Go ahead.
Yeah, why don't we just do the 901A, 901B, 901C, and that'll be the...
But then what do you do for the upper part of the building?
Oh, true. You're right. Okay.
903 A, B, and C.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, what I would do is I would renumber the 901 should be the lower level, 902 should be the upper level. That works.
So this will be 901A.
901A.
And then the next one will be 902A, but that's not in there yet. So this one would actually be 902B. Because then you can have a 901. No, I'm sorry.
This would be 901B. Yeah.
901B. Yes, I got off the rhythm.
You're okay. 901B, and then the next one will be 901C, and then 903.
902 will be the upper floors.
Okay, 902. All right. Next sheet, right? It should automatically keep those.
The next sheet should give you the C. 901C would be my thought.
Cool. Okay. Yeah. I don't want to see. That's not what I want to say. Level 1, level 2. And then that's it, right? We only had 3, or do you want to fit more because it's smaller? It'd probably be.
You need to tilt that to more of a plan view. You haven't tilted that to a plan view yet.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I would put them all on the C one. I think you could do 2 stacks side by side if it comes out right.
Oh, hold on. Oh God. That's this one, right? Do not crop view. Yeah.
Remember, we clicked on the corner nub to get it as flat as we thought we could, and then we saw how that looked and worked from there.
Okay. And that's how you wanted to do it.
And then we want to flatten that down just a smidge.
About there.
Yeah, I can't see the top of the page, so I'm trying to calculate a third, and a third. That should be fine. You probably can get it right at the direct angle.
I think it looks fine. It looks fine to me. Oh.
Set the other 3 real quick and see what they do.
Yeah, I gotta set this as home. All right. I do not like that. Probably give them more space in between.
No, I would flatten them right down to the corner angle. You don't need to flatten them down at all, is I guess what I'm saying.
Oh, I got you. So just straight like that.
Just hit the corner on all of them, yeah. Remember, on these ones, we're wanting to see the plan as much as we can.
Does that look fine? You want to move those more to the right side?
I would move them to the right, and I would stack the other 3 right here on this page. I don't think there's a reason to make 2 pages for this one.
Oh yeah, you could definitely fit the others on there.
Go ahead.
Okay. Like how I didn't do anything. I gotta let me fix this real quick. There. Okay. And then it should have
They're
kept
not
that.
cropping. They're not cropping. That's why it's so much bigger.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, it's so. I think it's because of your sheet name title, your sheet name, your view name.
My view name?
Oh no, there it's working now. It's working.
Yeah, I just clicked on them and then did it in the properties. Okay, and you want to do the other C's as well. Level 3. Level 3C, level 4C. And then roof. And then go in here. This is on. I'll fix that later. This is on. Oh. Okay. I'll need that. No, I'm fine.
You know they're going to line up. I wouldn't line them up until you fix your section boxes now.
Okay.
Because remember, you're going to drop them back off the page anyway.
Okay.
Now I would get rid of them all and bring them all back on. Try and remember your spacing and just drag them into place. Boom, boom, boom. Nope. Did you already bring the other ones back on? So your sheet titles are screwy on the other ones?
Yeah, I've already brought these back on.
I would do them all, and I would do them in order because you'll see they get a number when they come on.
Okay.
So we want those in order. 0 should be 1. I know it's a little confusing. But
No, that's fine. Do you want 0 over here?
Nope. 0 wants to start on the right. Remember, the right side of our paper is the more important side.
All right. Level 1.
And you'll find that the ones that you are getting ready to stack beside it now, they won't. I was going to say they might actually line up to the ones that you're looking at right now, but they might not.
Okay, level 3. There's level 4. There you see. Okay, so that template was not applied. That's what it looks like.
Well, you know how to apply that. What's that?
Can I just do it like this? Is this one right?
I believe that's correct, yes.
Annotation, filters.
The disciplines on coordination. Yeah, I think that's it. I think he.
No, we have no transparency on that.
But remember, he turned the transparency off when he went to the underlay.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Nope. Oh, wait. Go to your A1. Your A1 doesn't look like that, does it?
No.
Okay, now let's. Yes, it does.
Oh well, just because I just applied it to all of them.
Okay, yeah, undo that because here, think of this. We've got two sets of stacking 1/8 inch because remember we just created a second one.
Mm-hmm.
That first one is for the first one. So now you need to create a new one off of this one, off of the A. I would say it was the A area A level 1 that we had the most accurate. So you're
I
going
don't.
to call the if you click on that,
Yeah.
and then you go over to your edit type, and you say rename, copy and paste, copy that.
Yeah.
Okay, go out, and then right click on this view. Nope, on the project browser.
Plan level A. Area.
Level 1 area A. Nope, not all those. I'd close those. That's your 1/8 inch scale stacking. This is the second one.
Level 1 area A. This one.
Yep. Create view template from. Give it the name you just copied. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
The
Okay.
other
So
one we had the other one we had set up the other way because we put them all on one page, we flattened them out so much, so we wanted to see less stuff visible. Now, if you apply that one to those views, then you should be good. And that would be the one that you would just go to and tweak the crop, the section box visibility on it, and then do them all again at the end.
right. And
that should have taken care of all those. And this one is going to be called plumbing isometric plan area C. You won't have to upper building or lower building. Very good. Thank you for copying.
I don't like how it does that.
You just it's sometimes it's easier to modify it elsewhere. That's it. Because the others were that same verbiage, and then it said upper or lower. Okay.
Yeah, but we don't need the upper lower.
Nope, not for this one.
Okay.
Then your next sheet will be. See, I don't love that. I think that those sheets should be beside each other. Your next sheet will be 902A and 902B, and that's it.
Yeah. 902D. It needs to be 902A. All right. Okay. We're done here. We're done here. Okay, and that also means done. 902A. And that's all upper level A's.
Yep. I don't know if those angles have been set, but remember, they have to be set to what the lower level ones are set to.
All right, so I'll go open that, set the views home. A, 04, then roof A. Okay. 90 is 901. Set current as home. Go here. And then that doesn't make sense. I'll turn those back on in a second. Ooh. Actually, it might be beneficial If I did have one of those on.
Yeah, what?
If I had the, I think, is it this one? I'll just put those both on. That way it's easier for me to grab these. And then I'll fix them. All right.
Now, see, because those are what we had happen last time, where those aren't snapped to each other, but they're just close. It's gonna snap between the two. It's gonna struggle to find its snap point.
Right.
I'm just making you be aware of it. You might have to drag two of those off to the side to get them to work.
Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and fix these because it's irritating me.
No problem.
Okay, now. There we go. Actually, don't do
I
that.
wouldn't. Once you know they're gonna fit, then you gotta remember.
Delete
Did you
and then
drop them off and bring them back on?
I was just about to.
Okay. Oh yeah, once you resize that stuff, that's when you bring them back on.
Roll 3A. A. A.
Anything else you think go on any of these sheets?
No. Oh well, I'll have to go back and put all the like legends and stuff like this, the key plan.
Copy and paste them.
You want to do
You
that?
copy and paste
We're probably going to make those legends specific to those views.
Okay.
So you'll probably have an isometric plan legend and an isometric level legend. In other words, matching the name.
Okay, so we'll just make those from scratch then.
Well, you can duplicate one of the other ones. I just saying you don't want to put the same one that's on the plan because we want to make it specific to what we're trying to call out. And a big thing we're going to be calling out is the scope box RFI. Remember that, Eric?
Yep.
That's what these things are really for, is to give us that area to put that in. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and would you want to name this schedule? Isometric what?
You got to look for its name. Oh.
This is the schedule. You said you wanted to duplicate it and then put it on.
No, I wasn't paying close enough attention. You guys stay with what you're doing. I'm really engrossed in some really complicated stuff, bud.
Okay. All right. Let me fix these. Put it right there. There. All right, and yeah, we kept the level line for the roof off.
Did we do that in the bigger ones or just in the? Look at if yeah, that's fine. I'm fine with it either way.
I mean, I'm fine with it. I don't care. I don't think we really need it for the roof because it tells you the roof right here.
Is that your B? You got to do your B one yet, and then you're done. I think, right?
Yep. Let me name this.
Oh, we got to go back and put our dash lines on all that stuff.
Yes. Copy, paste. This is upper building. A upper building. Now we need B upper building. A is done. New sheet. P902B. Cool. Go up to my sheets. Now I need that one. That one. That one. I'm going to put them out here. Go to P901B. Go in here. Set current to home. Get out of there. Go here. Here. I'm clicking too fast. All right. I do need that though. Yeah. Nope. All right.
You lined them up just so you could take them off the page and put them back on?
Yeah, I just wanted to see if they fit. That's all.
I'm just messing with you.
That's okay. A little bit of joking never hurt nobody. All right. And boom. All right. All right. Cool. Now,
How about a sheet name? Ah, good job.
and then I've realized I'm an idiot. I can just use my arrows. Plan. I need to take out level. And then this is upper. That's not how you spell upper, Nathan. Right. Level 3, level 4, levels. Okay, cool. That's that done. All right, so now I have upper for A and B. Now I need. Oh wait, no, because we didn't need one for C.
Do you see anything wrong in what you're seeing in the bottom 5 sheets?
Yes, I do think we should probably name C differently.
No, I'm okay with C. Look at the one above it.
Lower.
You're missing the word plan in between isometric and area.
I see. Oh goodness.
I don't like how A and B are separated. That's why I was thinking 1A1, but we're then getting our number longer than it wants to be.
Yeah. I think this will be okay because you have A and B lower, C for all of them, and then A and B upper. I think it'll be okay. Is there any more sheets that we need to do? The 16th scale, right? Did we do those? We
The
fixed those?
16th scale, there's an overall 16th scale that you can see right there that's not blue yet. It needs to go on a sheet by itself. That's going to go on sheet 9. See, this is where it gets confusing because it wants to be on 901, and we've already got the 9Os covered up. He wants to be right after 900. I think we have to renumber our stuff below 900.
You said it's supposed to be on this sheet?
No, it's going to be on the next sheet. If you go to
Oh.
that sheet, that's a stacking diagram for the whole building.
I see, yeah. Yep. That's
And
the one that
then the other sheet will be the whole building isometric by itself. Okay, so just give me 1 second.
Wouldn't you want this before that? That way you can look at it and then you.
Yeah. This drawing here is going to be called 901, but we're going to start down on the lower ones first. Okay.
All right.
Just give me 1 second to put in my head what I want to do here.
That's fine.
And that one right there is, click on that one right there. That's all of them. That's all of them together.
This one right here?
At a real flat angle, correct? Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Do I know. Stop clicking.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
You're fine. I'm trying to read exactly where you were making the highlights change. 9.
You want me to zoom in?
Nope. Trying to just think of the logistics of the numbering. I know it doesn't have to really match the other, but I'm trying to match the other as well. All right, so that's related to the floor. We don't want to relate to the floor because we have multiple levels per each. All right, so this one right here is going to be called, do a renumber for the next 3. The 900A, 900B, and 900C all need to become 910 and 910. So, yep, that's it. Do that for those 3. This one will become 901 without any letters.
This one right here that I'm on.
The one we're on, yep. The new one that we're about to create is going to become 900.
So this will be 910. No numbers, no
No,
letters.
901.
Oh, 901. Sorry.
I'm using the 10 column to differentiate the sectors that we're going to be working in.
Okay.
Now, the ones that are in between now that are left, I want you to name the A. I want it to be 920 A. Okay. Then 921. Hang on. No. Go down to the A1. I'm sorry. Go down to the A1.
This one right here.
The 902A, the upper building for A.
Yep, I see.
And that's going to be 921A.
21A.
All right. Then this is going to be 9. The lower building for B is going to be 922B. That goes away. Hang on. I get 930 and 931.
This one does 930.
Yeah, that's going to be 930B. I think that works. And 931B.
For the upper.
Yep. And then C will be 940C. You see how that keeps the order?
Yeah. So we got A lower upper, B lower upper. Okay, so C will be 940.
940. Yep. 940C.
Okay, and that's this one and this one, right?
Nope. That's only one. Remember, we did them all on one sheet.
Right, and this. Okay. That's this one. I think. We just. Yeah. Okay. That way I know. 940. Whew. Okay. Now this one. Where is it? This one? This one's not on our sheet yet.
Going on 900.
900. Yep, you're right. P900. And then where's that thing at? You want them centered like that?
Probably push them a little bit to the right and a little bit down so that we can have some room for any notes or whatever we're going to put up top. Oh, I see. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
I mean, I can change this. I can move this back up. I was just saying.
No, yeah, I think that's good right there then.
Okay. Cool. Actually, that's fine. You're not gonna see that section box. I need to go into here. Turn that on. Make this smaller. Oh no, you'll want that, huh? You want to be able to see those. See those. And then that. And then you can turn that back off. Perfect.
All right.
Now name this one. See. Keep the same name.
Yep. You almost always want to do that. The only time you're not going to do it is when you have more than one view on a sheet and you have some kind of weird circumstance like we do with those stacking drawings.
Okay. So that's all those on a sheet, all those on a sheet. And now I
Yep.
can take this out.
I would open up one of your stacking, the stacking one for the. We're gonna go through all the stacking ones because we got to add those lines now in paper space.
Oh, you're right. You're right. You're right. Okay, so.
Hey, before you do that, make sure you get his heights right so that you're not cutting too deep in the floor, the section box above the level line. You know what I'm talking about?
Remember when you went to the section view and you collect all your boxes? I think he already fixed all that.
Yeah, I've already done all that.
Okay.
Cool. That's the one thing that I did do.
That's good then.
See if I can't do all that. Okay. Now detail line. And we wanted, what kind of line did we want? It was a dashed, right? But
I think we used the wide line, but we're gonna go fix it right now. If you go to the A series, the one where we already drew them, where there's 3 on a page.
yeah, okay. See, I think this one. Yep.
All right. So click on him. Is he still saying? He just says wide line.
Yep.
All right. Let's go to manage.
Hold on, before we do this.
It's under. I think it's under additional settings. It is the wrench.
Yeah.
You can go to line styles.
New.
Say new. Stacking connection line. Just say
alignment line.
Alignment line. There you go. Isn't there already an alignment line?
I don't know if I spelled that right, but we're gonna go with it.
There's no H if I'm seeing an H in there.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm an idiot. I was never good at English.
All right, now change it solid.
Yeah.
To scroll down a little bit. I don't think you'll be able to do what you think it's going to do there.
Dash 16th dash 8th.
No. Yeah.
I mean, we just try them.
I was thinking the dotted one, but I guess that doesn't really pick up great. Do the double dash. See what that does. Make it. He said a bright color, so like a red, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah.
Say okay, and then change its thickness.
Go what, like an 8?
No, a 3 or 5 maybe.
3.
And make sure your thickness is turned on your visibilities. And then go click on both those lines. And go up to its wide line and now pick alignment line.
Is it just me? Okay, yeah, I'll have to move those again.
I think you readjusted this view since we drew those originally.
Yeah, okay. So MV.
Now, as long as you draw those lines every time with the align line, that we didn't think that through too well.
I don't know if that'll work. No.
Yeah, you just have to shorten it up some. And that one's that little step's going to take you a bit. So I'm about ready to go. I'm going to have to go find some food here soon. So
that's okay. All right. And actually, let me.
Nathan, you can go ahead and start doing that, and I'll be glad to help you, but only when you get really, really stuck. You should be able to do this. You should be able to click and draw. If you want, I'll switch over to mine here shortly so that we can see my screen. But the idea is we're going to work a little bit now, okay?
Okay.
So just, I mean, by all means, if you want to take a break, I'll be glad to show my screen where I'm building topo surface.
Yeah, I probably will take a little break. I don't know. I gotta eat some.
Let's see. I'll tell you while you were talking. I clicked 2,608 times. Put all these little dots in at the proper elevation. So you talk about monotonous. All I'm trying to do is build a mountainside, and I've got about halfway through. So if you want to watch for a minute so that you know how to build topo, this gets a little bit tough right here. What I do is I place a point and I know what elevation I'm at. And I was at my 6,400 and I was tracing down 6,400, 6,400, 6,400. See how I'm reading it right there?
Yeah. So
Right?
I can't remember if you said this, but do you have to put them in a specific order?
No, these points do not have to be in a specific order. And sometimes you can, depending on what the shape is, like here, I'm going to go to 6,600 and I'm going to place this little section right in here. So essentially and I'm not going to talk a whole lot while I'm doing this, but I figure while you guys take a break, I'll be glad to show how I'm just tracing this off. Then we'll see what the effect is. But you can see I have to follow that line and not accidentally get on this line or this line. So it does take a little bit of frustrating effort.
I'm gonna go ahead and log off. I'm gonna run out for groceries and food.
All right. So then you also see I see a 6,600 right here. And you got to not panic when you're building these topo surfaces. They might not look exactly like you need right now. I'm just trying to get in all of my major topos. Okay.
Yeah.
So you'll notice right here over at the edge of the screen, what I end up doing is I pick up my 6,600. I verify up here, I'm still at 6,600. And I trace this line out, which is going to come over and, I would have thought it would have hit the edge of the paper, but it's not going to. And see, I got to follow this line, and I'm hoping when I get to the next number, I'm still at 6,600 or everything I just did right there was bad. So we'll see as I follow this line over. Now, the trick to building a topo surface is not putting in too many dots, but putting in enough dots. So if you notice, as I go along that line, I try to keep that spacing about the same. And look at this. You see how I got to a 6,600? I say, woo, I'm doing good. Now I keep going with that 6,600. And I hope the next time I get to a number, I'm at 6,600 or I cry.
It makes sense now, but when I like I said, that first class that I got into,
Yeah.
this part confused the hell out of me.
Yeah. Well, contours are a little bit different. It's it's sort of like the plumbing that we watched today.
Yeah.
It's one thing to know architecture. It's one thing to know structural. It's one thing to know. Now, I will tell you, most people don't think Revit can do the topo surface. They whine and they cry and they say it sucks. And yeah, there's no doubt Autodesk should have done something a little bit better with the amount of years that they've had to do it. But we'll see how good I can actually do this mountain. Because if you can do a mountain, you should be able to do the typical backyard. Now, I'm not panicking because I'm crossing a bunch of contours in this area here because I got to go back and put those numbers in. But I try to stay with that one contour, and all I'm trying to do is trace out all my major contours, which are the ones that are numbered from this USGS map that I've downloaded.
And then everything, like, since you have the dots already at the right elevation, everything should just morph into.
It should. Yep. Now it's not necessarily always going to be as smooth as you like. So what'll happen is the area where I'm actually going to build my house, because you see these contours, they're 100 feet apart. That's quite drastic. When I start doing my actual piece of land, and see, this is one of those spots where it's like, where does that contour go? Well, if you know how a river works and you understand how contour planes work, you'll find that you see how all these contours bend? Do you
Yeah.
see what's at the bottom of the bend is the river. That's because that's what you're saying is the land bends there. When a contour line bends real sharp like that and comes back on itself, that's a sign that's either a sharp hill or a sharp valley. And it just takes some time.
That looks
But
like a
I
hill
will
to
tell
me.
you, I've built hundreds and hundreds of sites. So if I threw you into this one, you would probably not like me very much. And you think you've run into things that are monotonous. You have never seen monotonous like this. But by the time you get back from your break, I'll probably be about ready to start looking at this thing as a site. I sure hope that I get up on 6,600.
All right,
Woo,
I'm
buddy.
gonna go take a break. Good
All
luck.
right, you take a break. I'm just gonna click on.
All right, see it.
Later. Gonna grab any 66s I get to. Let's see. There he is right there. We'll call it that one. Can't believe I'm already getting up to the top of the sheet. But you can't expect that contour to start to follow until you have enough data in there. And that's pretty far from where I'm actually building, so I wasn't overly concerned. So my actual land is right about in here somewhere. Yep. Right there's the Comet Mine. Just down right here is my land, right here, 56. This is Broken Spoke Lane, or I'm sorry, Broken Spoke Trail. So you can see, I'll come back and do some more fill in. I'm not going to try to keep talking you through all this, but here's my 6,600. You'll see I go from my last marker out to the edge of the page. Now, typically you wouldn't build this much. I'm going to go ahead on mute so you don't have to hear how sick I am, and I'm just going to continue to click. So you can begin to see that the contours between 7,000 and 7,600, you can see the green contours I've got in there, and that's only because I changed that color. They're close, but what we do is we end up making those exact to however exact our map is. By getting on to 72, you'll see that that guy will then begin to follow the exact path. So it's by filling in those intermediates. Oh man, I really don't feel so great. But who knows? No one's probably ever going to even watch this video, so does it really matter? But maybe. The biggest thing is you got to not panic when you're going through here, and it's a lot of clicks. I'm so used to doing training videos and keep talking and talking and talking. Like I said, I'm sick, so I'm going to mute it again.
All right, I'm back. Do.
Scared the shit out of me. You must be close to your mic.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be loud.
I was sitting there saying, you scared the shit out of me. You came in hot.
I did. I apologize.
You must have been real close to your mic.
I think I have earbuds and I have a little mic on the cord. It probably got close
Gotcha.
to my mouth.
Well, they typically sound pretty good. I'm going to have to start using them. Here, I'll push your screen up so people can watch you for a while.
Okay.
And you feel free to talk if you want. I'm just going to keep clicking on this topo surface, and then I'll show you what it looks like.
That's fine. Hey, Brian, you still there?
I am.
I have a
What you got?
question.
Sure.
Is there like a really easy way to adjust the template, like adjust some of the values for a template rather than going into here? I know I can create this view
You can
as a
just say
template right now.
apply. You can just say apply a template.
Okay.
Right now, you can make all your adjustments right there.
Okay. So and is the one that's highlighted, is that what's applied to it already?
That's what's being applied to it, correct?
Okay.
And you should have one for it should be matching the group that it's in. So the one that should be applied to that should be the stacking 8 scale 2.
Right.
All right, now if you wanted to make an adjustment, what kind of adjustment did you want to make?
I wanted to see how like they're blurry, and I think it still has the architecture.
All right, look at your filters underneath there. Hit the
Okay.
filters button.
Yep.
Yep, it does not have the plumbing or the architectural plumbing objects turned off. Oh yes, it does. It had it right there. You didn't have it turned off,
Yep.
and then you say okay,
Okay. Cool.
and
So
that's how you can just keep fixing your template. You don't need to keep fixing the view and create the new template if that's what
yeah,
you're saying.
yeah. That's where my head was going. I
Yep,
was just hoping it wasn't gonna be that difficult, and
yep,
I didn't realize that when I came here, the one that's highlighted is the one that's applied. I didn't know that.
yep.
Okay.
Look,
Cool.
and it looks like Eric's back to help you.
Yeah. I appreciate it. By the way. Thank you.
I'm just eating, so if you need something, just let me know.
No, that's fine. I only have a few questions. That's all. I did all this. I got the section boxes for the 3D done. We already did the sheets. I did the rest of the 8th and 16th scales, and I did the dash lines. So now I know we were going to delete the duck schedule, but are we going to delete it from the whole project?
No,
Like
we're going to wait until after we've saved this file out as the other files before we do that.
Okay. So good. I just deleted it from here, but I can just reapply it. That won't be a problem.
I think the only other thing that I'm seeing is we need to get the firewall situation covered.
Yeah. Is that in this file or is that going to be in a mechanical file?
It's going to be in this file, and we're going to create a filter that looks for walls that have the designation HR in it or something like that.
Okay.
So if you go to a 3D, we're going to want to do it on a 3D view. And we're going to do it on one of those ones we have cut so that we can see it cut through the wall.
Oh, so go to one of these then.
Uh-huh.
All right.
Actually, you could even go to your 3D view because we're gonna want to pan around and look for some different walls to see which wall styles we're trying to filter.
Okay. Let me save real quick. All right. Have the 3D view open, and then.
All right, and I want your section box on because remember we're looking for walls that have that weird orange to it.
Okay, section box.
You have it on. No, not the crop box. I don't care about the crop box.
Yeah, but I can't move it around if I had it on.
Without the section, you had the section box on already, didn't you?
Yeah, section box is already on. I just had the crop view on, so it would crop it to the region.
Yeah. All right, flip it down so we're seeing it from the top a little bit more.
It might might have something to do. I think I still have the filters on or the links. Yeah, it would be in the underlay, right? We would not want this to be underlay.
Yeah, turn that off for now. All right, those walls that are orange, I think, are the ones. Zoom into them. Nope, up top.
I can't
Don't those
see
look orange or those?
These, I think that's just the
tab and click on one of those walls.
Okay. Oh, I can't tab.
It won't let you tab into it?
No, it won't let me click anything.
Oh, is it locked? Or your linked views? You can't select your linked views.
Oh, right. It's this one, right?
Mm-hmm. Now I'll do it.
Do I gotta double click into this?
Nope. Just tab over top one of those walls. Click it. You can see what that wall is called. Existing W2410. There's no firewall on that. All right, stretch this up to the the B side.
Nope, you got to go open up the architecture file. You're going to see they haven't designated them as HR walls. They've turned it on some other way. That's why it's a challenge. Open up the architecture, find those fire-rated walls that jump out, and figure out how we're going to filter them. You can't do what you're trying to do.
Okay.
All right.
Now, unless you open a second window, remember when you open the architectural, it's going to unload it. So we're going to have to reload it when we save it out.
Lucky for me, I already have one open. Okay. Here we go. We do architecture.
Should we create a wall schedule and look at all the wall types?
We could. 3D view. Section box.
Do you just want to go ahead and create a wall schedule? We'll take a look at that.
Okay. Goodness gracious. We want
count. We want family type. Family type. Family and type. Yeah.
There you go.
Put family and type first.
Yep.
That should be all we need, I think. See if there's a rating. What does it say under rating? Go up.
Wall rating.
Yeah, click that one, and go up and see if there's anything else under rating. I saw a couple ratings. Oh, it said rebar. All right, say okay. We should have sorted by. Go ahead and do your sorting. Sort by family name. And yep. But I do want grand total. Well, no, it shouldn't matter. Just say okay.
Hold on, I want to go ahead and. All right.
All right. Stretch that A column out a bunch. Scroll down and let me see if anything shows up under wall rating.
Yeah, 3.
But they're not all going to show up, okay? So those 3, we're gonna want the names of those. Wow, they have so many names.
Yeah, I was just gonna see if I can maybe stretch these a little bit more and make it smaller. Nope. All right, you said you want these 3s? These 3?
That's all the way to the bottom?
Yeah.
All right, zoom out. Let me read these names as quick as I can. I want to see if there's any other ones that say anything about 1 hour or 2 hour that don't have a rating. Go back to the top.
All right, yeah. Can you read them well?
Yep. Existing building, solar. Elevator shaft wall, column cover.
You're looking for this, right? The 2 hour, 1 hour?
Yep. Wherever it says 2 hour, but see, sometimes they say 2 hour and sometimes they say 2 HR, I think. There's 13 walls that say 2 hour. Scroll down a little bit. There's a CMU wall that says 2 hour and a CMU wall that says 1 hour. next one says 1 hour. Hang on. Go back up about 6 rows. Okay, keep going down. They all say hour so far.
That's a little confusing. That's the end right there.
All right, good. Stay right there. That one says hour on it. That one says hour on it. I'm just making sure that if they say anything, they say hour instead of HR.
There's HR right here.
Yeah, those are the ones that are going to get us.
Oh, right. Yeah. Because they have the.
Just use an
Okay.
or statement. Just use
What's
an
the
or
and/or?
statement in your filter.
Okay.
What's that?
All right. No. Yes. Add. No, that's fine. That's fine. Filter. Say. Click on that one right there. Say contains. Hang on, let me see the other ones that are. I think it's contains, but let me just see the other ones. So if it's going to contain it, then we're going to give it a color of red. So it say contains, and then say the word hour, and then say, where's the or at, Brian?
Nope, that's not where you're trying to do it.
Oh, where do we try and do that then?
In the filter that you write in the plumbing file.
Oh, I got you. Okay, we can go back
For
to
this
the
one,
plumbing
if this one here, I would just say if it contains anything for the fire rating, it should be a fire rated wall.
Yes, but the fire ratings are only on those 3 walls.
Yeah, but I'm saying right there, if he takes the word contains off,
So make it equals.
greater than. Oh, wait. If the family, yeah, you can't do it with family and type. You got to try to get. I'm not really following what the hell you're trying to do.
You see those three walls that have a 2-hour rating?
Yeah, I see them.
Those 3 have the phrase HR in them in their family name.
Yeah, well, should
All
be
the
doing
other
it.
ones have the word hour.
Once again, I'm not seeing it.
We need to get everything that has an hour related. Click on that one that says what right above your cursor, 3 above it, right above that one. It says hour, 1 hour. That
Yeah.
I'm assuming is a rated wall.
Yeah.
But it does not say anything about the rating in the last column.
Yes, because the architects are stupid and don't know what they're doing with the fire rating. Right? They don't know what they're doing with the wall styles because they've got too many wall styles, right?
Correct. So I was going to say that the wall type would need to contain HR or hour.
So why can't you write a filter that says that in the plumbing file?
We're going to. That's what I just said.
Well, why do you need to do it by the schedule? I don't understand.
We don't.
Okay.
I wasn't thinking.
Okay.
So you want to do that in the plumbing file, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so.
Yep.
Walls.
We got to create a new one. Architectural firewalls. Or rated walls. Actually, do rated walls. Sorry.
You're fine. All right. And we
Give me a
want-
space between rated and walls, and then we can do the rest.
Oh. Okay.
Mm-hmm. You didn't select it. You just picked the word. You got to check the box.
Yep.
Scroll down. You should be able to find family name or type. Type is what we're looking for.
Family name. Type name.
Type name. On that one, say contains. Capital H, capital R. And hit the up at the and where it says and. Nope, up above where it says and.
And.
In the green.
Oh, yeah.
Right there. Yep. Click or. Add a rule. Say what type name. Make sure you say contains. There you go. Say okay.
Want to keep that visibility on?
No, we're going to want its pattern to be solid fill. Are we doing we're just doing a solid fill, right, Brian? And red.
Yeah. I mean, you're going to want to make it something that jumps out. And it's not going to work on an underlay object, on an underlay view.
All right.
You can't have a surface pattern on an underlay view. So you're going to have to control it a little bit differently. You're going to have to get the edge of it too. In this view, I'm just saying the view he's in.
Yeah. Okay, so you just want bright red. And then no underlay, right?
No. He's saying that the lines also need to be red.
Oh, I see. That it?
Mm-hmm. Now turn your underlay off in this view. Yep.
One.
All right, and if you do that, drag that section box down some.
All right.
Take it down. There you go. You're going to start seeing your fire rated walls. Now take it down so it's cutting through the roof and we're seeing into the fourth floor.
He's got that thing not showing complete. I don't know why.
Your phase needs to be switched to show complete.
Let me.
Every view should. Right.
But it won't work on every view. On the views that are set up for underlay, we can't do it.
On the views that are showed underlay, architectural, you need to make the lines, the outside lines, red.
Okay. So switch that underlay, turn that underlay back on for a second. So we should see those walls in red right there. I don't zoom in a little bit. It does look like it's red, but it's red on the wall lines. Go back into your filter. What are the two patterns for? No, that's not it. Never mind. Maybe the weight. Oh, no. The cut lines. The cut lines. I'm sorry. There you go. See how the top line got red?
Yeah. Yeah.
So now we need to get that filter set up that way in all the views. You're gonna have to utilize your view templates. Make sure you got them tight so that whichever ones you're adding them to, it's not adjusting scales or anything.
Okay.
You're going to have to make two. One that applies to all ones that are not underlay architecture, one that are all the underlay architecture.
So I create a view template then for underlay and not underlay.
If you go to your stack view, you can add it to the one of you that's already called stack view. Stack view number 2 and stack view number 1.
You may want to wait to do this tomorrow, because if you are not sharp, you're going to fuck up everything that you got. You have to be, this is where I was telling you, this is not a brain dead step. This is a step that's absolutely important. Most people don't even know how to do this, but you need to show those fire rated walls on all your plans and any of the section views. You know, it's not going to show in an underlay like this thing here, like an overall view or your cover sheet. That's not going to show your fire rated walls. But all those places where it's plans, we need to be popping off and telling the mechanical and plumbing engineers where the fire rated walls are.
Yeah, like you want all these to be highlighted red where the firewalls are.
Not necessarily in the 3D views. He's talking about in the plan views as well.
Okay. All right.
So start with the plan overall view.
And then you want to...
Now, do you have a view template that's associated to these guys already?
I don't think so. I do.
Yep. So if you click on floor plan overall, now go to your filters and add that guy and all the stuff we added to him. I don't think we have to do projected lines.
You don't think?
Go ahead and leave it for now, but I don't think that's doing what I wanted it to do. Salad. And the cut lines.
That was it, right? And we did not.
It might be cut patterns too, to be honest with you.
We didn't want the underlay, or
no, don't mess with that in the plans.
Okay. All right.
We're not messing with the underlay in this filter change. Did it do it? There might not be any rated walls on the bottom floor for some reason. I don't remember seeing any. Go to the first floor and do the same thing.
Eric, you really need to open up the architecture file on your computer so that you can look at it. You're not going to be able to drive this through Nathan, or else you guys are just going to be like two monkeys trying to fuck a football.
All right, well, I can at the moment because I timed out.
You don't need a license. You don't need to save it. You just need to understand the fucking walls, the piece of shit walls the architects drew.
All right, let me see what I can do.
I apologize for being short. I've got a splitting migraine and my nose won't stop bleeding. So I'm a little bit testy right now. Like I said, this is a very challenging task that requires, I would struggle with this. That's why I'm saying that I can't imagine trying to get Nathan to drive this to work. See, what he should be is in the architectural file on the fire protection sheets from the original file the life safety sheets, look where the fire rated walls are and figure out what the fuck they did to hatch that shit, because they're morons. They really screwed the pooch.
Oh God.
You're talking about the original file before we purged it.
We're using
Yes.
the file.
That's architectural full, correct?
That's it.
Yes, you guys are killing me. I'm trying to get this done.
So what's happening, Nathan, is on floor 1 or on floor 0, you see where the fire rated walls are?
Yeah.
So why are we not seeing it's the same? You see the difference there, Nate?
Yeah.
So that's red and it's 2 dashes.
Yeah, and the elevator shaft isn't even red.
I'm even concerned about this. This side only has 1 dash. Oh, that's fun. That's 1 hour rated and that's 2 hour rated. That's 1 hour rated. That's 2 hour rated. It's half and half. I don't understand. Well, the filter worked in the other one. I don't know why it's not working on yours. Let me see. VV? It's because you don't have it applied to this one. I thought you already applied it.
I thought I did too.
See, if you do that with the template, you don't have to do all these extra clicks. It's already going to be in set for all that stuff.
And you wanted it for the patterns too, right?
No. All right, try it for the patterns. See, maybe it is the patterns.
Turn those dashes off.
Are you on course mode?
No, I'm a medium.
Shouldn't matter. Why am I not seeing my fills? Hit VV again. Let me see what your other filter's saying. Oh, no.
Eric, you're in the right direction. They're showing that fire rating pattern by doing course mode, and they didn't call the wall fire rated. So therefore, you're missing those. And that's where we need to tell them, hey, you need to make your wall ratings right in order for us to see them. See, if he changes his view to course right now, I bet that fire rating would show up.
No, because he's got a filter overriding that. But why isn't it turning to red solid? Why is it going to white solid?
Because he's got a patch that the pattern override. I can see it right there.
But don't we want a pattern override?
You got to figure out what the hell they've done to turn their fire ratings on, because they've done 3 different things and it's really confusing. But some disciplines need to know where the fire rated walls are. You're screwed.
I'm looking on my machine. Just give me a second, Nate.
No, you're fine.
So Nate, you see what's going on here? We've got these ones are showing up and this one is not.
Yeah. Yeah, I see.
But if I go to course mode, this one will show up as well as these. So what's happening is some of those, hang on. So you see how those go away? What those are doing is right here, it's getting a fill pattern when this is a course mode fill only. And it's getting a red and it's getting this 1 hour pattern fill, which is giving us that solid line and then a little dash. That's how that one is being read, and that's how this one is being read.
Right,
this
but
one is not.
But because they have so many different wall styles, is the problem?
No, yeah, well, that's a big part of it. Now, see this one here, it's actually being done the same way, but it's also getting. It's when I switch this to course, or when I switch this to regular mode, you're still seeing it, which is the part that I don't quite understand. That's because they have a material finish on him, a structural material of 2 hours. And it has a wall rating. And this one does not have that second material, concrete masonry units. So if structural material 2 hour. Oh, why did I lose it? There it is. So they applied the 2 hour to this one twice. I don't know, Brian. I'm not seeing it. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to frustrate you, but I don't think I'm going to get anywhere on this.
That's why I said it may have to push till tomorrow, but it's got to be resolved before you duplicate this. So you got the filter written right, and so the filter is working correctly. More than likely, what I would do is everything that's a fire rated wall, I would put the fire rating on the standard fire rating, not a shared parameter, not something else that says fire rating. The fire rating that comes through. See,
this one right here, rated assembly. Or no. This one right here, fire rating, wall rating.
Correct. So what he would be best is if he fixed all of his rated walls in the architectural file to have the wall rating actually define that, so that you could put a filter on that says if the wall has a wall rating, and then you could check it to make sure it works. So
but
this
then we
is
have
sort
to
of
do
like
that every
doing
time we update the file, correct?
Huh?
Then we have to do that every time we update the file.
No, I would say that we're going to tell the architects they got to get that shit straight. They need to assign the fire rating in the wall rating. It's great that they did whatever they did, but we can't see it through the file link. Sort of like the ceiling grid, right?
Yep.
So do y'all want to solve this now or tackle it tomorrow?
I'm thinking.
I would have him fix those in the architectural so that he can get all the walls with the proper rating, edit their styles so that they're working.
So what he's talking about, Nate, is what you're going to do is you're going to go in here, you're going to go to these levels right over here. Actually, you won't have those. We could do it with the schedule.
Yeah, you could do it with the schedule. That's exactly right. And you could fill it out. Remember, he fixed all the walls anyway to not go up through the floors, right?
Yeah.
So he's already done that. And I just double checked and they haven't posted anything, even though we've now crossed through Saturday and Sunday. That was 2 postings that they missed.
All right, Nathan,
there is no updated file right now.
Get rid of your level 2 and do a WT.
I am. Nothing's happening.
You might have to go to the 3D view. Sometimes when you're in a schedule, it doesn't do it.
Okay. He renamed the schedule WT when he did that.
Did he?
Yep.
What?
Scroll to the top. No. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to come down this list and go to the back of the top.
Yeah.
We're going to go down this list. You see the first one that's the third one. It says 2 hour. Click on that row.
All right.
Click out in the 3D and with your middle wheel. Hit edit, type. And scroll down a little bit.
Wall rating?
Where it says wall rating. And then what we're going to do, say 2 hour. And then what we're going to do is when we go back into that other one, we're going to go by wall rating for our filter. And anything that has a wall rating with an 8 that contains an HR, because you'll have 1 HR and 2 HR, that'll do it. So we got to go down this list until everything with an hour or an HR in it on the family type
says either 2 or 1 hour.
Yep, that's a 2. Because look, read it right there at the end. It says 2 hours.
I see. So if it says 1 hour, change it to 1 hour. I got you.
Correct.
Okay.
And you'll see that the 2 hour shows up in the wall rating, so we can double check ourselves and we'll be good.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Two hour.
Looks like it's only letting you choose 2 hours, so I'm not sure what we do. We might have to type 1 hour on the other ones.
Oh, that's wall type. That's wall type, not rating. 2 hour. 1 hour.
Is that okay?
Yeah, I just didn't know if it was being slow or not. It popped up now that we wrote it.
Yeah,
That's
it
good.
just wasn't populated before.
All right. 2 hour. One hour.
Before you go too much further, I want you to stretch that column out so we can see a little bit further. I think some of those are longer. I don't want to miss anything.
I got you.
Okay. Nope, we were right. You were right at the thing.
All right. 1 hour. That is fine. Fine. 2 hour. Sorry. I don't. I hope I'm not going too slow. I just want to make sure I don't miss anything.
Nope, you're fine. You don't want to miss. This is not a good list of walls. This is probably one of the worst wall schedules I've seen.
No
Do
shot.
do you see how we can help the architects out? We can explain to them how to make their walls not go through the floors. We can explain to them where they fucked up the fire ratings. There's a lot of shit we can help the architects with.
Yeah. No shot. They named all these themselves.
They were copied from another job because someone knew that that wall worked the way they wanted it to.
Oh.
Someone copied a wall and renamed it some silly name because they wanted to take the gyp off one side and it was probably already one created.
1 hour. I'll go back and check because I know some of them are going to say 1 hour or 2 hour in the beginning of the text or what, but that's 1 hour.
What you'll do after this round is you'll add a sorting in there by wall rating, and that'll group all the ones that are already done, and you just got to read through the ones that haven't been done yet.
Okay. 2 hour. See, that's.
Yep, that one would have been a tough one.
Yeah.
I think you've gotten most of them. I'm not seeing that you missed any.
I don't think so, but I'm still going to go back and check. 2 hour.
Nope, that one's already got it, bud. Look at the last column before you go in. Right. The next three have it.
You're right.
So now go back into your sorting and grouping.
Oh, yeah.
And then by rating or wall rating, just say okay. Huh.
What happened? It looked like it didn't do anything.
Sort by wall rating first, then by family and type. All right, now you'll see all the ones up that are up high. You're just going to scroll through and make sure you don't have any hours in there, and you're good.
Yeah. And
no, I'm saying, did you just scroll through the names real quick one more time?
1 hour.
I think you're good on this section.
It's very discreet.
Acoustical foam.
It's going to really not be funny if they have it like a lowercase HR and I just don't see it.
No, I think we've gotten them all. I think we've covered that pretty well. So if you do a save and go back to your plumbing file,
Okay. Yep.
You did a save, correct?
Yep, I saved it.
Update your link.
Architecture, right?
Mm-hmm.
Reload.
Yep. Go into your filter. Edit the filter. Click on the architectural rated walls and say edit new.
Yep.
Instead of type name, have it say rated. Scroll. Didn't it say rated?
Phase.
Wall rating? Was it wall rating?
No.
All right, hang on. I'm missing something here.
Fire rating?
Fire rating. There you go.
Okay, same thing for this one.
Yeah. No, we just needed to say, does it contain HR? You can hit the minus, the big red minus underneath of that one.
Okay, and then doesn't contain?
No. If it does contain that, we want it to get all this red stuff.
Okay.
Now say okay. Shaded view.
Shaded. It looks like that
Right.
one got it.
Do this now. Do VV filter. Turn the visibility off. Say okay.
That didn't work.
Do a tab on one of those walls up there. Say edit type. Wall rating. That's what we chose, right? Go back to VV. Walls with fire ratings, filth, or parameter containing an HR. Oh, turn the OR off. I don't know then. Let me think. See, those walls should turn off. They should not be visible.
Is it
Because
because of the graphics?
That's just theirs. No, that's just theirs. We should be overwriting that. Go zoom back up. No, that's only the course mode. That's only the course mode. Get us out of course mode. That's what's wrong. Nope. They should still be going away. Okay, now go back and turn the visibility back on. I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know. Someone's telling me that it feels like it's just a part of their graphics. But I mean, if
It
you
is, but
say
you
that,
should be able to override it.
yeah.
That's the purpose of having the overrides.
So I mean, if our stuff isn't able to override it, are we even able to fix it? Well, I mean, I guess we can go into that full like you did.
Your boss that you're working for is not going to accept that as an answer. He's also not going to understand any of the shit that you've got to deal with. The fact that these architects have drawn this shit wrong. He's just going to say, Nathan, I told you to show the fire rated walls on our drawings. That's your job.
Yeah.
It's not a good job at this point. It's a pain in the ass. We can work on that tomorrow if you want to give up for tonight. It's 7 o'clock. I got no problem. I was really hoping to get this so that we could duplicate the files, but we'll do that tomorrow. Appreciate the effort both of you have made. If you're feeling like me, I mean, if you want to, more than likely, Eric, the problem you're having is the fact that there's an override controlling above that. So show me what you're trying to do. What does the filter look like right now, bud? No, hit cancel. So you haven't done anything to the pattern of the cut.
I
See
did
it, Eric?
before, but it didn't really do anything.
Do that one.
Because of the overlay. The underlay. Turn your underlay off for that Revit link right now. Voila, there it's red. Ah!
Why aren't the elevator ones red?
Why aren't the elevator? Which elevator ones are you talking about? I don't. So
Yes.
select on that and show me that it says 2 hours underneath it. Tab. Edit type. Go to the bottom. Is that what you were checking for 2 hour?
Yep.
Yeah.
Wall rating, and it has to contain HR.
No. Probably because of the course. No, you're not in course.
No,
You have
I'm a
to sort of
medium.
track it down. Like I said, we'll do it tomorrow when I can watch more intently. Unless you want to fuck with it for about 15 minutes. I only need 15 minutes, and I was going to show you my contours, and then I was going to say, why don't we call it a day? So see if you can fuck with it for 15 minutes without me having to help.
All right.
Go back to your filters one more time.
It wouldn't be the background, would it?
No.
There's no transparency.
Go over to your architecture file for me. They all contain the HR. All right, go back over to the plumbing file and go to the floor above it. Let's just see what we have happening up there. Because remember, we're gonna have to make some adjustments because now some of these are on coarse mode, some of them are on medium mode. We're gonna definitely have to clean this filter up. Just do the cut pattern override for now. Didn't do it to any of them, huh? So it's only really getting those 3 walls. but it definitely says, okay, switch to course mode real quick. Zoom out and switch to course mode. See, it's still not getting any of those walls, those types of walls. It's not reading. So, and it also didn't do it to the stair walls on that bottom one. Zoom into the stair wall and select one of those walls for me. Type. Well, why doesn't that have it? Did you see what its wall type is? Existing W4 stair shaft wall.
Yeah.
That doesn't say 1 hour at all.
Existing W-4.
But it doesn't matter. If we can go fix that one. We can add the rating to that one, but it doesn't matter. It's still not going to show up because it's not reading the filter correctly. It's fine. You can think on it for a minute. I think that
because they didn't put the hour rating in the name of that file anywhere. All they did was the course display. Look, existing W4 shaft wall. Where does it say fire rated?
It doesn't. That's what I just said.
Yep. See, so that's where I'm saying, if you got it, there's no way that we can do that by course, because then if you're not in course for the walls, you're screwed. And if you're in course, then you can't see the pipe.
Yeah.
So I can just go through, find these names, and apply the wall rating?
Yeah, you would need to do that with the schedule the same way we did last time.
Yeah.
But the problem is no, they're all going to be rated because they're all going to have that course pattern on there.
Okay, so every wall that's rated in course needs to be red in medium. And the way we do that, I just find the name, click on it, give it the HR like we did before.
Correct. But now that's saying 2 hour. I guess you would match whatever it is the wall that you're on.
Yeah, I mean,
see, I would do a right click right now and select all. I would go to my architectural view and I would find that wall style and select all instances and then make the change.
So go here, find
or
the
if
wall
you know
style.
where it is, if you know it's the W4 stair shaft wall, I think is what it was.
God, it's gonna be hell looking for this.
Up. Right there, a little further.
This one right here.
Yep.
You go here, right click.
Nope,
Select.
edit type.
Oh, okay.
You should already have all of them. I didn't see how many types it said under your filter.
2 hour.
All right. If you do a save and go back to the other one and update the link, I'll show you how we'll weed this out. No, that doesn't work because it's not seeing the walls. Go to your VV. Zoom out a little bit first. Now go VV. I want to see what walls disappear and turn that filter to visibility off. See, it should also shut those walls off. It's not understanding that those walls are part of the filter. I'm at a blank, man. I'm at a blank.
Well, fucking A, man. I fucking lost about the last 25 minutes worth of shit because I was trying to help you guys. I'm calling it a day. I'm going to end this stream. We'll do something tomorrow. Later.
All right. Later.